the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Crazy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, fluff in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
I've been fucking muted the whole time. I was busy apologizing for the way I look, as usual. Like you knew exactly. Muted, exactly. You muted. So basically, I'm apologizing for the green screen. I'm getting used to it, and the settings are all messed up because the lighting is a bit of a problem. The lighting messes up the detection of the green, so I'm super orange and also green, and yeah, I don't know, but it's better than and it's like faint. It's really crazy that this is a thing that you put on your chair, okay, and it's like I'm like a big peacock. I've got a thingy. Let me just see if I can change this lighting, see what it does to me. Yeah, it's a bit better. There we go. I'm not as yellow, but then again, it picks up all the blue and whatever. The point is, we're here with Scuff. I'm hoping to get better, have better scenes, where the diagram is like here, where I could be like, hey, look at the diagram. I point with my finger and everything. It'll look really cool. So that's why I have it. Also because the shelf background is gone after all the moving around and new furniture and all of that. So yeah, I just wanted to use a better background, but right now we just have the fur background. Hi everybody. So yes, today what we're up to is we're looking at an oldie, and I say oldie as in it's like 7 days old. Okay, which is crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. Also the shadows are everywhere. Oh god. I need to just forget about it and look at it later and get upset about it later. Okay. Yeah, this is just not. I'm very upset about it, but it was that or don't stream. So yeah. Yeah. So what we're looking at is like ancient history by now by internet standards. It's Tucker Carlson speaking to Nick Fuentes, and the reason I'm looking at it is because other people have commented on Tucker's way of dealing with this interview. He was too soft, is what has been said. And one of the key criticisms came from Ben Shapiro, that this is not on. What Tucker said was not good enough. What Tucker did was not good enough. And it's courting the wrong kind of idea. Welcome, Black Glove Studio. Also, hi, Timber. What's up, pussycat? Whoa. If I look like I've got purple teeth or something at some point, it's because of the green screen. My teeth aren't green, but you know, the similarities, like if I mess with the chroma key, I could make it look really bad. It'd look even worse. But anyway, so we're here to look at this interview, which I will bring up now. But I think maybe before we do that, before we start going into the actual episode of Tucker Carlson's show, I do want to go over the clips that Ben Shapiro put together for what he is how he criticizes the whole issue, what he wanted Tucker to address in the interview. I have not watched the interview at all whatsoever, so there's that. He messed up dissing Israel. He dissed Tucker dissed Israel, but so we've got also it's not that ancient because we've got Konstantin Kissing. He's also had some commentary about Tucker Carlson and what's on the right and everything. So yeah, we'll see what's happening there. But, well, hold up. Oh, there's a short. And I was like, why is my face on somebody else's channel? Anyway, it was Zach's posting a short. So yes, what we're going to do is initially look at just do a bit of a react with Ben Shapiro's stuff. And he also got into a bit of a disagreement with Megyn Kelly, because Megyn Kelly was like, no, it's not that bad. It's you know, you don't need to be dissing what's the name? Tucker completely. It's fine. So let's just go to his channel. I'm just getting it now. Share a screen. There we go. I'm probably going to use my virtual camera for scenes going forward because it actually will look a little bit more professional. Anyway, I had a swastika as a screensaver. Why, Timber? Why? Okay. Videos. Okay, let's go. So he did a look. I also wanted to do a Sydney Sweeney thing, but we need to diagram, boys. It's been a while. So this is how long ago it was, because we have to go so far back to get his ideas here. Okay.
Get the morality then.
Okay, so he did a whole episode criticizing this whole thing, right, guys? I think I won't go into too much about what he's saying because he obviously interprets it very, very badly in terms of what Tucker says. Like there's one part where Tucker says, I'm not criticizing the regime, but I'm saying that I'm not defending the regime, but I'm saying this and this and this. He says it in the quote that he's not defending the regime of I think it's Venezuela. But yeah, it seems like Ben takes it the worst way anyway. But we're not looking at those things. We're looking at the nice select few Nick Fuentes clips that he has put in this video. Okay.
Heritage aren't canceling. They are quite properly drawing a moral line.
Okay. Sorry. Let's actually just listen a little bit. I'll put him faster to get through it a little bit quicker because we do want to at least get to some diagramming. But just to give you an idea of what I'm looking at I'm looking for this when I watch the video. When I watch the episode with Tucker Carlson, I'm looking for what Ben has seen. Yes, it is ready. It's live at 5 a.m. because it's 2 p.m. 2:15 p.m. here.
Hot topic last week, but I wanted to take some time to really gather my thoughts and speak on it in coherent fashion, holistic fashion. That topic is the fragmentation of the political right. That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
Okay, we've got the claim here, guys. Maybe let's diagram just because what we're doing when we investigate this this episode is we're looking for the criticisms that Ben Shapiro has stated, right? So I'm going to actually make a little diagram of his criticisms. Okay. Let's see if I can do. How can I place this instead of my background? We can put the X mind. See, this is what's cool about it, though, is that I would be able to do this if I went full screen here. Here's my diagram. Sorry, wrong way. Here's my diagram, everybody. See? Woo! Are you in Johannesburg? No, I'm not. I'm in Dubai. So I'm in the UAE. So I'm 2 hours ahead of Johannesburg. Candace Owens started the fragmentation before Nick. I think they're in the same kind of space. He also does some clips with Candace in them. Hey Yogesh. Okay, so I'm just going to put here just a quick guys, just leave the fact that you can see the texture of it's a mind map pillow, okay? Just forget that. Okay, so we'll just do Ben Shapiro criticisms on Fuentes and Carlson. Okay, and we've got the main thing that he's taking is, okay, this fragmentation of the right. I think what's going to have, is it a politics stream? Yes, it is. We are discussing politics, the American politics going, and you love my energy, mate, subbed. Thanks, Toms. Come and chill. We don't always do politics. We do all kinds of things. But thanks for the sub. Right. So with Ben Shapiro and Fuentes and Carlson, whatever, we're going over what his take on the whole episode was, and then we'll go into the actual episode and see if he's being sensitive. If I agree with him, essentially, is where I'm going with this. Yes, we're good. If you are new here, like Tom, you might not have had me yell at people for being a bit ugly to Jewish people. Don't do that in my chat, please. That's all I ask, that we all keep very, very respectful. Otherwise, So anyway, I put that in the beginning of anything that has to do with Jewish people. My God, anything that whenever it's brought up, there's always this kind of thing in my chat. Anyway, now I'm kind of cursed it. Point is, let's get what he's going to say. He's talking about the fragmentation of the right. And okay, I understand what he means by this. It's kind of like you're taking the right and you're splitting it into, like, I would say you're splitting it into the far right and the right. The right is actually center right mostly. When somebody says that they're right wing, I think of just, it's mostly center right. That's because of the way the Overton window is shifted. Really, it feels like if you are not completely commie, you're an absolute, you're a Nazi essentially, which is weird. National socialists. Anyway, the point is, if you are any step right from the far left, you're a Nazi and you're far right. But that's one of the criticisms we've had from the right of the left, is that there is no one going, hey, that's not my left. Okay, we've only had that post Charlie Kirk with figures like Shoe on Head and things like that, where they're like, then I'm not right wing. If you're celebrating somebody's death because of their opinions, then I'm not right wing. That's it. So when he refers to fragmentation of the right, it sounds like he's upset that we're breaking up the right into smaller bits, which is like, that's going to happen no matter what political movement there is. The more nuanced you get, the more you're going to break up. Even though somebody says they're right wing, they're not going to have exactly the same opinions as somebody else that says they're right wing. V calls himself right wing. Sometimes he calls himself centrist. It depends on the issue, really. So yeah, I don't know about this fragmentation thing. It makes me feel a bit too much. I'm like, now we're going into the whole polarization discussion where you're either on this side or you're on that side. I think fragmentation of the right, fragmenting away from Nick Fuentes, is not a bad thing. I don't think it's bad. Okay, I think saying that's not my right is cool. Like me, I would say that's not my Christianity. Thank you, Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes himself says that people like Charlie Kirk were fake Christians. Well, I think Nick Fuentes is a fake Christian. He's an edgy boy, and says all the edgy things, and he is quite insufferable, but we will suffer through this. Okay, so Ben Shapiro on the Fuentes and Carlson, fragmentation on the right. Yeah, I'm not with him on this fragmentation, as if that now that weakens the right. It's like, no, there are people that believe this way, and that's their right, and we should fragment ourselves away from it. And I think he is doing that. Well, what he does eventually get to say is well, actually, you should not be speaking to people like this. It's not so much about well, let's just get into what he actually says.
They call themselves the Groypers. They are white supremacists.
The Groypers, yeah. So they're white supremacists, blah 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 blah. Here we go. Let me get myself back in to this. I can actually, at the moment, I'll just put the window capture. I'll put Xmind here behind me now. If I just, where are you, Xmind? I added you. There we go. There. Hello. No, I want Xmind. Thank you. Cool. So you guys will see what I'm doing with Xmind in the background, hopefully, while I press play here.
They hate women, Jews, Hindus, many types of Christians, brown people of a wide variety of backgrounds, blacks, America's foreign policy, and America's Constitution. They admire Hitler and Stalin.
Ben, you're old enough not to say the word blacks, okay? I hate that. You gotta be all the way left. They are as they are, and you gotta disagree with anything. Otherwise, you're the. If you disagree with anything, you're the enemy. The hive mind is insane and real. Unfortunately, I think all hive minds, all political hive minds work. They work the same. It's something that is regrettable and upsetting on any side of the aisle, where it's like you're not. There's this purity spiral that people get into, that you're not. You don't have the right opinions, therefore you're the absolute enemy. You must now be thrown out. In the same way that, say, somebody that is really diametrically opposed to you, that hates you for your genetics, that hates you for things like that, you're treated as if you're the same, as if you're a Nazi. The whole idea of this Nazi thing. I definitely don't listen to Nick. Okay, I don't. I find him quite repulsive. I've tried to listen to him, because this is I could be accused of being like the Charlie Kirk haters, because a lot of the people that hate Charlie Kirk never listened to him. So it's true. I will say I don't listen to him, but I have tried. I really have tried, and I just find it's too much. Okay, it's all bullshit to me. It's all hateful to me, and actually, even if he ever has points, I just hate his face. Okay, I just don't. I can't handle his smarminess. Okay, I don't. That energy doesn't work with me. I just. So he could be freaking quoting scripture, and I would be like, I'm sorry, I don't like you. So yes, I'm judgy. There I am. Yes, I am live on YouTube, Yogesh. But yeah, let's see. To be fair, in Europe, sometimes people on the left will distance themselves from Stalin. Well, that's good. But they should. I think people should. This also gives us this grand question that we should really just think about. I think we should maybe tackle in a think or something like that. What is your what is the role of, say, a political commentator like Ben Shapiro, or what are the obligations that they have when they are interviewing figures like Nick Fuentes? I don't know if the idea of just always coming at them and yelling at them is the way to go. I actually would have just wanted to actually let them say the things that they want to say. And that kind of, it's giving this kind of sunlight, disinfecting them through sunlight. That's what I would want to do. It's another thing with Nick Fuentes is, sorry, another thing with Ben Shapiro is he is saying that it's not censorship. It's just that he was too light on what's the name, on on Fuentes, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe let's see. That's why I need to watch. But that's
And that splinter faction is now being facilitated and normalized within the mainstream Republican Party.
Okay, so he's now the splinter faction, so fragmentation of the right. So it's not his actual main lament here is that it's breaking us up. Oh no, you're breaking us up. We're fighting in there's infighting in the right. It's actually no, it's that it's normalizing a certain fragmentation. It's normalizing which it has been a criticism about ever engaging with such people that normalizes them. Apparently that's part of the danger. Sorry, I'm overheating here. I am drinking coffee, so I guess that helps. Just hold on, let's get this going. Okay, he sounds confused. He wants to ban homosexuality. Yeah. I think he would ban himself because he hates himself. I don't know, hates that part of himself.
The main agent in that normalization is Tucker Carlson, who is an intellectual.
Okay, so he's like, that's shots fired. The main agent in the normalization. So he is very upset with Tucker Carlson. He's like the main agent of normalizing the far right, essentially, is what he's accusing him of. He's like, you have normalized the far right, I suppose, by speaking to them. Which is like, I think the more these people have followings, the more you have to address them. Okay, you can't ignore them. Unfortunately, you can't. And then that makes me go, okay, how important is it to disavow? I used to think it was lame. It was just lip service, but I think it's still important to at least say, hey, I don't agree with this person that I'm having on my show. Just because they're here, that doesn't mean that I'm in absolute agreement with them.
Coward, a dishonest interlocutor, and a terrible friend. And Tucker Carlson last week was aided, abetted, celebrated for normalizing Nazism within the Republican Party by the mainstay organization.
Sorry, I actually can't clip my hair up because of the green screen. Okay.
Of the traditional right, the Heritage Foundation. Now, before we explain what's been happening, let's make one thing clear. This is not about free speech or cancellation. It was
okay, so yeah, he goes on to this whole thing. It's cancellation. He doesn't want to cancel. You must speak to them, but it's the way that he brought them on. Brought certain people on. He brought pseudo historians and Holocaust deniers and things like that. He brings them on and he doesn't criticize them.
It's never about free speech or cancellation. Free speech has a definition: the right to speak free of governmental coercion. I believe in it, of course. I've always defended it. Criticism of bad speech is, in fact, just a form of free speech.
So that would be the argument to you, Ben. You know that what Tucker Carlson how he would defend his show is by saying, yes, I'm letting them have their free speech and then criticizing them in front of their audiences. But the thing is, he's not doing that. He's been a bit too softball, is the criticism.
Cancellation also has a definition: the banning of particular people, including people like Nick Fuentes, from platforms like X or Facebook. I believe that Nick Fuentes is odious and despicable, but I've never called for his cancellation. And in fact, I've called for his restoration to those services, despite the fact that I think he's odious and despicable. It is
yeah, he's pretty despicable, but
not cancellation to draw moral lines between viewpoints. In fact, we used to call that one of the key aspects of conservatism. It is not cancellation to refuse to signal boost Hitler's supporters like.
Okay, so he's calling about, yeah, he is talking about signal boost. So platforming. He's talking about platforming, normalizing. I'm going to put a point here, signal boost. Signal boost / I'm going to put / platform. What was it? Holocaust deniers, Nazi sympathizers.
Nick Fuentes. It is not cancellation to criticize Tucker Carlson for rhetorically fluffing Nick Fuentes and other anti-American crap.
So the main question, guys, that's where the title, if you notice the title of the stream, that's where I got the question: did he fluff Fuentes? Did he rhetorically fluff him instead of questioning him, instead of berating him? I am of the opinion that you can ask enough questions. You don't have to fight the person. You don't have to argue them. You can actually just ask them questions and they can tell you who they are. And that is good enough. actually. You don't need to engage with them because you know already the fight is lost with them. There's no need. They're not going to change their mind. The only thing you could do is ask where they got their ideas from. So keep questioning them, and a lot of the time they will just show how illogical they are anyway. So, or they will show exactly the hatred that might be underlying their beliefs and that sort of thing. So, and I feel like it's, and also Nick Fuentes is another interesting case because you don't actually want to, he's like a child, like you don't want to give him too much energy or whatever. Like you don't want to encourage him because he loves being edgy.
Crackpots. It's not cancellation if you urge others to stop promoting those who rhetorically fluff Nazi apologists. Those are all elements of free speech. And anyone who says
Nazi apologists, okay,
differently is lying to you, and lying for the most cynical reasons to misdirect from their own defense of those Nazi apologists and their promoters. The issue here isn't that Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on his show last week. He has every right to do that, of course.
Okay, good.
The issue here is that Tucker Carlson decided to normalize and fluff Nick Fuentes, and that the Heritage Foundation then decided to robustly defend that performance. Those who criticize both Tucker and Heritage aren't canceling. They are quite properly drawing a moral line.
Yeah, that's the main question. How do you draw a moral line? Drawing a moral line between okay, so he's drawing a moral line. That is important for people to do. Please go easy on Tucker. He was attacked by a demon. Yes, he was scratched. Yes, he's had a tough time, guys. Look, he could very easily have been attacked by a demon. Okay, but you know, it's just interesting that special people get attacked. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it was his cat, or maybe he got hives. Nick is the only America only influencer we have. He's a Nazi too. If he's a Nazi, everyone needs a horse to ride into battle. No reason you have to stable the horse too once you're there. Ugh. So you're just saying any port in a storm, and I guess if he's the one we've got, you're happy to support him. Fair enough. Yes, I am from South Africa. I grew up in South Africa. I moved here 4 years ago. Okay, so he's drawing a line. It is important to draw a moral line between your group and another group. That's sometimes, I don't think in this case, Nick Fuentes is not claimed to represent the whole right. He's representing the people that follow him and support him. And he thinks all of them are just, everyone that isn't him is retarded. So I don't think we're in that much danger, but Ben is upset about the way that they have entertained Fuentes, I think.
So for those who don't understand what's going on, let's begin with Nick Fuentes. Now, as I mentioned, last week, Tucker Carlson had on Nick Fuentes. Fuentes is a 27-year-old man who's dubbed himself the leader of a movement called...
He's 27? You know, he's an edgy boy. That's my take on him, is he just likes to say edgy things. And yeah, I've already told you my bias against him. Okay, there it is. And we got some choice clips here. And I think a lot of people will just, oh, well, he's just joking and whatever. But actually, what he is saying, even if he is just joking, it is just, that is part of why I can't even listen to him if he says anything seriously at any point. Because a lot of the time, it sounds like it's just an ongoing rant. And he also, you can see he's just trying to upset you. Yeah, being edgy on YouTube is lucrative.
The Groypers. He has a large audience.
Seriously, it really is. The amount of viewers and things like that. If you I don't know, if you start jumping around and asking questions about Jewish people, you get a lot of views.
Audience of alienated young white men in particular, and he's earned increased media attention over the course of the past few years, especially over the last year. Now, from Tucker Carlson's interview, you might have gathered that Fuentes has some borderline views on race.
Some borderline views on race. Okay, so what he's saying is that in the so we did the fragmentation of the right thing, he's spoken about it, and now Nick Fuentes himself. And what he's saying is, if you didn't know about Nick Fuentes and then you watch Tucker Carlson, you're just going to think he's got some iffy views on race. That's what he's saying. If you watch that, so that's something we need to investigate, right? So if you watched, so Tucker interview, perception. So we'll keep this in mind when we watch the video, right? When we watch the episode, are we going to come out? Would we have come out of this not knowing Nick Fuentes? Would we have come out going, oh, he actually just has some kind of edgy, borderline views? Or would we know exactly what Nick Fuentes is about? Borderline views on race. Okay.
Obsession with what he calls organized Jewry and a rather sad relationship
Organized Jewry. So in the truth, it's... Wait, did he say something?
with the female line views on race. A peculiar obsession with what he calls organized Jewry.
Oh, so he does in this, he does talk about something organized Jewry. Okay. Interesting.
And a rather sad relationship with the female sex. But
sad relationship with the female sex, yeah?
probably you came away thinking that for the most part, Fuentes lives on the radical edge of normality. You think that if you watch the
Radical edge of normality. Okay, so he's almost radical. Is that what you're saying? So you would come out of there thinking radical side of normal. Okay, cool. So his criticism is, yeah, you're sneaking Fuentes in. Okay, you're propping him up. Don't you think listening to Ben Shapiro's critique of it ahead of time is sort of going to make you look for those things as opposed to hearing it as if you didn't know Nick at all? I'm critiquing whether Ben's take, how accurate his is. So I'm not really interested in I will have my own opinion of Nick as we go along anyway. And I will also be looking at it from my own, what I would have taken. So I'm doing it on purpose, watching his take first to see if he had, what would have made him think this way. If there is evidence to the contrary, if there is actually, wait a second, because we know that my bias of hating Nick Fuentes is I will be able to pick up on things that, come on, man, that shows that Nick Fuentes is quite a piece of shit. Being from South Africa and not having some iffy views on race suggests you're not honest or fully indoctrinated. I don't have iffy views on race. I'm pretty liberal on race.
interview because Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down.
So yeah, this is the main thing. He's smoothed over his views. So we are looking for these. We are definitely going through smoothing over his views. So does this make Nick Fuentes more palatable? Does it? And yeah, you're right. I've listened to Fuentes little bit by little bit. Told you guys I have not been able to tolerate him very long. And yeah, we're going to look at clips like this, like he brings in. But I can still imagine not knowing who Nick Fuentes is. I should hope so.
And make them far more palatable to a normal audience. As we'll discuss in a bit, this is what Tucker Carlson does for a living. But back to Nick Fuentes. To understand just what Tucker did here, we must actually examine what Nick Fuentes says on his show and has said.
So this is where Ben is like, listen, these are the clips that I would have asked him about. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe you should have him on your show. Ben Shapiro.
Almost a decade, because he was asked precisely 0 questions about any of what you're about to see by Tucker Carlson. Nick Fuentes says women want to be raped.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like...
Okay, so he's now, he goes into this... Okay, so let's put women. These clips are disturbing. Yes, they are. Okay, women. So he talks about, let's just have this topic of women. Let's see what we get in the interview with women. But yeah, he talks about them wanting to be sexually assaulted. I think this is just really badly worded, maybe going into, you would think it's really badly worded. Let's be charitable. even though we don't want to give him charity. Let's pretend, okay, that he's worth it. Pretend, okay, that he is just trying to say that women they want to be forcefully given love, and that's it. And women like being dominated. You know, that we've had that kind of discussion with the Beast and everything in the romance novels and all of that. That kind of hints at, well, maybe women do want men to take control of them. Yeah, but that's not the same thing as whole ass sexual assault, guys. It's not the same thing. So anyway, this is what he starts with them wanting to be graped.
That sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them.
Beat the shit out of him.
But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Okay, so it's just the worst kind of the worst kind of way he's phrasing it is that, yeah, just women, they want to be dominated, but they don't. But they have to act like they don't want it. But it's like, you're beating the shit. Did you really have to say beating the shit out of them? And you are very much, I think he very much is pressing an incel button there, okay? He's pushing it. Hey, Giratina. He's pushing that button to say, hey, you know, women are pretty horrible, right? Hey, women, am I right? Like, they're horrible. They're whores, right? So, yeah, against women want to be assaulted. But yeah, we have looked at that. We've given it a charitable spin.
Nick Fuentes says that his followers should kill, rape, and die in his name.
Raise your
Okay, this is still okay. Kill, grape, and die in his name. Again, this is edgy internet boy stuff. I'm not going to take this very seriously. It's him being edgy internet and actually, again, pressing buttons of his audience, making them feel great and based about it. Like, look, we're so edgy, we're so based, we raise our hands and we say we're going to do this kind of thing. I don't think many people will run out and go and do it in his name, but there are crazies that would. I have no doubt, because in an audience that size, you're going to find the crazies.
right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
For him, not even in his name, but for him, just to keep him alive, whatever.
Nick Fuentes says that women.
There, I'm just like, yeah, the swearing, commit atrocities, basically, is what I'm writing here. To commit atrocities for his, for Nick Fuentes, the audience, right? So I don't know. With that, I wouldn't use these clips to confront him. I would be like, maybe if I wanted to confront him on being an edgy boy, then maybe I would look at it and be like, oh, so you're definitely playing up for the crazies when you say these kinds of things, right? Or I would provide him the opportunity to lean into it and tell me exactly that this is exactly what he believes and he wasn't joking. That's what you can do, instead of, oh, but this is bad. You don't need to tell Nick that you disagree with him. He knows that, and he thinks you're retarded for it. It's late. Why are you awake? Who's awake? You know my time zone, so you can't be meaning me.
Women are whores who shouldn't be in politics.
I will.
Okay, so he's now worded it. Women are whores. Are whores that shouldn't be in politics.
Will continue my crusade against women in politics. It's
It's
always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like when you say I like it, you have to affect the face.
Okay, affect the face. I think I have this face, guys. Let's see if he looks a bit like me.
When you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my
Yeah, I can do it.
feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to political opinions you just.
Oh, look, you see this face. He puts the little smile. He's so condescending, and they're like, yeah, you little bitch. Okay, he really does not like women. Yeah. fine. Then anytime you have an emotional reaction to anything, that disqualifies you from politics, honey, sweetie, baby child. But I don't need to have this argument about it either. Like, okay, you believe women are too emotional to be in politics. Okay, cool. That's what you want. We don't have to actually, I do not need to convince you, because you're just a moron. Okay, I don't need to spend time having that argument with you. I would rather actually figure out what the basis for the argument is, and yeah, say to him, okay, so there are quite emotional men, you know, like let's say there's Italians. Italians are really emotional people. They get really aggro and stuff. Would they be a bad choice for politicians? Should we have a level of autism that allows us to get into politics or something like that? Like just something like that. We don't need to spend time trying to convince him. He already thinks that way. Let's just examine why he thinks that way. And I would also ask him, you know, what are the women like in your history? I want to know about, why do you hate women? Like, no, like what's your experience of women in your life? Tell me. And just let him cook. Let him cook. Let him show how he is, because that's all he needs to do. It's all you need to do is platform that kind of shit. Okay. They have a full reset every night. Do they have to do themselves the thing? When they only do a full reset once a month, I don't think my emotions ever fully reset, boys. They don't reset. It's a whirlwind all the time. Tucker gave him a nice massage, yeah. And then he fully reset afterwards. Okay, so commit atrocities, women shouldn't be in politics. Look, Leon says that kind of stuff, okay? I'm not going to cry about it, okay? Okay. Shouldn't be in politics.
Agree with across the board. Maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking whores.
You're so funny. You're so edgy. Oh my God. I wish you were straight.
You have no problems, right? I'm attacking whores. I'm attacking sluts.
I mean, I myself have used the words whore and slut. You need a classy slut. That's my whole thing, guys. So yeah, again, he's criticizing. Instead of criticizing promiscuous women and calling them promiscuous women, he will just call them whores and sluts, and not just engage with the idea of promiscuity is a bad thing, but instead we're just going to use the very scary word whore and the very ugly word slut. So that will get your attention because he's on the internet.
Stupid, dirty bitches.
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually better for black people.
It was better for them too, number one, but number two, who cares? Who cares? You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff.
So number one, it was better for them. So that they were better because you know there is that argument. You see, this is who people think Charlie Kirk was. Okay, this is who they think he was. They think this is the guy. This is the opinion. So like, this is the classy slut safe zone. Yes. Why criticizing women? I don't know. The vagine makes you free of all criticism ever, just so you know. So yeah, women shouldn't be in politics, but we've got this Jim Crow thing. Now remember the clip that everyone got upset about with Charlie Kirk was the civil rights movement was a mistake. When he's talking about the civil rights movement, he's talking about affirmative action, those sort of things actually then getting out of control, where rights become rights are now the reason to have free things and all of that. That's what he's talking about. He is not talking about the freedoms of black people, but people took it that way. This guy over here is saying, yeah, whatever, Jim Crow was good for black people. But also, who cares? So not only was it good for them, but also, why do you even care that you were segregated? Let's let him cook. Let him cook.
Who cares? Oh, they had to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture.
Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Yes, because it was separate but equal. Yes, was absolutely. But see, I don't have to have this argument with him. We don't have to have this argument with him. We're not going to convince him otherwise. We're just going to look at him and go, wow, so that really is what you believe, huh? So I would ask him as in this sort of situation, be like, okay, but I think they were upset. Sorry, Nick, but I think they were upset because their school wasn't as good as the white school. And that's why they're upset. Oh, but no. Now he's got arguments as well.
Sure. Was worse. Who cares? Grow up, drink out of the fucking water fountain. It's just water. It's the same. You know, and you know, even if it was bad, who cares?
Even if it was bad. So he's got that argument in his head. Who cares? Who cares if it was bad? Who cares about it? Like, oh, you're still in America. You still have it better than other people.
Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it's better for them. It's better for us. It's better in general.
Nick Fuentes says,
it's better for us. It's better. It's better for people. You know what he is? He's it's the horseshoe theory. He's holding hands with the far leftists that are like, we need to segregate into safe spaces. So yeah, okay. Your extremism is just all of it is bullshit. All of you are radically stupid. So, but Jim Crow, black people, it's good. It's good for us. Okay. So I don't think it's a problem for you to ask Nick Fuentes about his opinions and let him do his edgy bit, right? Let him do his, oh, look what I think. And then you don't react the way he's used to getting a reaction from him. I think that is important not to do with a guy like him. Don't be outraged because he feeds off it. He is a troll, as Charlie Kirk says in later clips there. He is a troll, so he's going to get a real zing of pleasure if you are upset with him. So don't do that. Don't react. Ask him to go into more detail about why he thinks the way he thinks. And maybe you'll be able to see, okay, he has some reasonable arguments, as in this is how he came to it. He chose certain facts, and we've spoken about choosing actual facts and believing certain things. He's done that and come to his conclusions, or you'll actually find that he's just saying it for effect. And when the effect is not there, it kind of falls flat because you're just like, okay, cool. So women are all women whores. Yeah, all of them are. Okay, cool. What should we do with them? Oh, we should put them in camps and we should make them. Okay. How would we do that? What kind of rights? Like ask him questions. To me, that is not being complicit. It's turning the lights on. Okay, it's putting him out in the sunshine in the disinfectant UV rays. Let them speak.
that white people are justified in being racist.
Reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist.
Okay, so white people are just justified in being racist. So we would find the arguments for like black fatigue and all of this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, because there is a stereotypical kind of black person in black culture and whatever that is disliked by actually a lot of people, not just white people. That's a nuanced opinion that you could go. But what he is talking about here is just good old racism, like literally good old racism where you are black, your skin is black, therefore you're less than me. That old racism that we all got over in the 90s, okay? As in all of us who are reasonable and have souls, that are like, that's stupid to just go because the person has black skin, they are less than me. That doesn't make sense. They need to show me the content of their character, and then maybe I'll be able to judge them and whatever. And I'm not denying the idea of meta-knowledge, stereotypes, based on crime statistics and things like that, being scared of certain people, whatever. But the actual good old racism, and I say good old as in it's not good, fuck off. Okay. He is on with that. He's like, no, it's actually, they're justified. Racism by white people is justified. Again, I don't think Tucker Carlson needs to bring up this quote and go, what do you mean by that? And try and like shame him. He's saying it with his chest. So why? What do you? No.
every single bit justified to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Uh-huh.
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a hub.
Nick Fuentes jump scare. Thanks for the follow, good guy Dory. The giant Ewok. Sorry, but I don't have my alert. Why are my alerts not working, boys and girls? It's a problem. Let's check something out here. Twitch alerts. Is there just no audio? Control audio via OBS. Let's see if it comes through. Twitch alerts. Let me just do something here, guys. I'm just checking something out. Scuff, 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 scuff. I'll put one meow. Okay, I can't hear it. Did you guys hear it? Yeah, it should. The meow should come up. So, did not work. Meow one. The alerts won't work from YouTube. Sorry, guys. They will only play from the Twitch people playing them. But you need to have enough. What do you call it? You need to have enough points, scratches to do it. Just hold up. Let's see if you are monitoring. Monitor off, monitor and output. Yeah, it should be working. Let's just hold on here. Properties. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I really love the interaction that, as much as Twitch is full of crap sometimes, I really like the interaction that you can do there. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but you didn't hear a meow? Yeah, okay. Well, this would have been great if you could hear it. Just hold on. Maybe I put it louder, see what happens. Hold up, settings, monitor. Give me a monitor. We put it as gaming. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. It'll be a yell. No. I don't know why. Well, anyway, I'll try and figure it out on the gaming channel. Did it yell? Did you get it? Or it didn't work. Anyway, the angry meow is quite loud and scary. Right, guys, I'm going to turn up the aircon because I've closed the curtains and all of this for my thingy. Saw a graphic of a pink cat above your head, but no sound. Yeah, it plays little things and whatever. It's really cute. We'll get it done. But let me just go and turn on my aircon for a sec. Here is a BRB screen. Oh, you know what? Here's a clip to show you what kind of things we do when we. It's not about the slit, guys. It's about the flavor. All right, I'm back. That was from a React stream. Love the slot, the slit. It's from a React stream. When I react to was there a glitch in the video? What did it do? It's not about the slit, guys. It's about the flavor. Oh, with the little square, it showed the square, the rectangle of the background. Yeah, weird. But yeah, that's from our React streams on Fridays. When I do a shoe on head video, when I react to a shoe on head video, the wig comes out. So there we go. The wig and the eyeliner. Join us for those kinds of things. Anyway, let's continue, guys. Jeez, God, you guys are always distracting me. No, it was just me.
Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute this part because he says all of the words. All of the words. With his chest, he says it's Führer Friday. Okay, again, edgy boy. Oh my goodness, you're so edgy. Yeah, he says Führer Friday and all of the Kanye kind of phrases. Yeah. Okay, so again, if I were to be talking to him and just going, do you enjoy doing that? You understand that it is you understand it's offensive and you do it because it's offensive. There we go. Americans have too much freedom of speech. I'm gonna be real. Like, listen, calm down. Settle down there with your free speech. He was just making fun of Ben. He's making fun of all Jewish people. And he's just being an edgy boy. That's again, I'm like, I know that's why I can't listen to him. I know you're here to upset me. Okay? And I don't feel like listening to you. I'm not going to agree with you. I'm just not. So what's the point?
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So,
like, okay. He's not offensive he's not offensive because you've got a higher threshold. Other people will find this highly offensive.
you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right?
Time to grow up. Cool. Hitler wasn't too bad. No, but that's the thing. Like, when he says time to grow up, it's like, oh, we can't act like he was just we can't act like he had nothing good about him because people followed him, right? That whole kind of thing. I can get on board with that. People followed him. There is a reason that people did find him cool, blah, blah, blah. It's when somebody says that, I'm not going to immediately think, wow, they really do respect and love Hitler. But him, I don't know. I think he really does like Hitler. I really think he does. It's not about, oh, well, there's parts of Hitler that are interesting to study. No, I really do think he's a good old fan of him.
Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right?
And you see, am I right, boys? Am I right, boys? That's what he's about. Okay? He's about, look, boys, hey, look, I said the thing. Okay. Once we're done with that, like, okay, what's cool about Hitler? Okay, tell me. Oh, yeah, I suppose that would have made people think he's pretty cool. Yeah, he was a nationalist. Yeah, okay, cool. Historically, historians are looking at that. I'll just listen. Like, take away his power. He's riling up the incel army. Exactly. Come on, boys. Look what I did. Let's grow up. Yeah, let's grow up and stop doing this. But why would he? He's making a shitload of money, isn't he?
Go. He was also really fucking cool. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies.
Oh my God. So he goes on. This is the Holocaust denial bit where he's basically going into this whole, oh, well, it wouldn't have been 6 million, blah, 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 going on and on and on. And again, with this, I've actually gone into, I should go over that. There's a great video on Holocaust denialism, the history of it. And it is kind of an interesting thing. Why are you trying? Because people go, oh, I'm just asking questions about it. This is the main thing. They go, I'm just asking questions and whatever. But people going out of their way to deny this as if it's not, even the lowered atrocity that they're claiming is not an atrocity. So it's like, I don't know. I just don't understand what are you getting from this? What are you getting other than trying to say that it was okay? It wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad as you. It wasn't so bad. And that is egregious. I think we'll go over it in another week. It's a tough subject to tackle because people get rowdy in chat, and maybe I'll do it in a video format instead. I'll do just by myself. Go over the video, diagram the video, and then put it out as a premiere so that I can actually read chat properly. And
you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right?
It's so gross having actually been there, having actually gone to the camps. But he has. Hey, he's gone. He's gone to the concentration camps. He gives no fucks though.
The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the red.
And that's okay. It's okay. The whole point of the systematic, basically, you made a whole machine. You had made a whole machine, essentially, of a whole process of just processing all these people so that they can all just die. That's okay. What is the point? What is the point? We'll get into it. Sorry. It is for another day.
Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies, and the smokestacks would project certain shadows. But
yes, I am making assumptions because there are quite safe assumptions, because the kinds of people that have these opinions, they will not, they literally hate Jewish people. They just literally do. He's riding the wave of success and knows there's an audience for this bullshit stick. The more outrageous, the better. Yeah, I don't even know if he actually really believes it, but the point is, it makes sense, and there are people that very much want him to continue, and they want more converts, essentially, into their. He's saying it verbatim. He is saying that it's not. I'm assuming. See, my assumption that I'm making, Kaiser, is that he is okay, or he's minimizing the. I'm assuming why. I'm making assumptions about why he is minimizing the Holocaust. So people that are usually minimize the Holocaust, they don't like Jewish people. That's usually it. It's not, oh no, history lied to me because, you know, it's bad, or history is bad, or no, it's literally just don't like the Jewish people, and they're eternal victims. All of this. I will share the video, guys, that we will go over. So you guys, I'll share the video that I'm talking about as a post, and then you guys can go and watch it on your own time, and then I'll create my commentary on it. And maybe then I'll just shut up about Jewish people for the rest of my life. Okay. So, right. So he's going on about the Holocaust, and it's just not making sense, guys. It's just not making sense. And a lot of the time, that kind of thing, it's egregious. Number one, when you're thinking about the absolute atrocity. But fine, if he's saying we must grow up and be good, you know, just get over the fact that it's been a long enough time. Let's just grow up and get over the fact that actually it wasn't that bad. Still getting the anti-Semitism, but he doesn't care. And that's what I would also want to ask. Be like, okay, this is another thing. People are saying I'm assuming his views. If I was Tucker, I would want to ask him all about this. Like, gee, that's interesting. I completely disagree with you. By the way, I disavow. I think there is ample evidence for the sheer scale of the genocide. But never mind, we don't need to go into that. I would like to know what you're thinking. What are you on about? And what do you think of the people that think you're anti-Semitic because of these things? He would lean into it and say, oh, yes, I am anti-Semitic.
I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage.
Because he's saying cookies. He's so edgy. Cookies, Jewish people, cookies.
Underground.
Disgusting. You're disgusting.
Nick Fuentes believes that the Jews start all the wars, that perfidious Jews in positions of power ought to be.
Okay, sorry. I'm just going to do the Holocaust denial stuff. Okay, and then we've got the Jews are the reason for everything. Jews start all wars. Okay. Now he's a forensic scientist. Yeah, he knows all the soil, guys. He went there. He tried to dig at Auschwitz, and he realized.
Killed, and says the Jews are filth who have to be removed from the country.
The numbers don't have to be exact. Exactly. I agree with that. They don't have to be exact. But and also it's not only Jews that died in the Holocaust. Absolutely not. All of that it's all horrific. But I'm wondering if that's the point that he's trying to make. I don't think so.
And once again, remember who is responsible for it all: the Jews.
Like, this could be the greatest grift ever. Like, because all you have to do is it's very easy. You could easily just say this, because there's something in a lot of people. They just want to hear this. They just want to hear this this anti-Semitism, it jazzes them up. They feel a little sprinkle in their spine when they hear this. They're so happy that somebody else agrees with them. So all he has to do is just play the what's the name? Play the what's it, 6 degrees of Jew. He has to just find the Jewish people involved and believe and blame them. If anyone's Jewish, we're just going to blame. It's the easiest grift ever, because that's all he has to do. At the end of it, he has to do this.
They are responsible for every war in the world. It's not even debatable at this point. This has nothing to do with oil. This has nothing to do with democracy. This has nothing to do with liberal internationalism.
Okay, why? Like, okay, no, it's so that they can be the top in the Middle East and blah blah. Okay.
We are at war with Iran because they pose a threat to Israel's hegemony. That's why we're bombing their nukes to pave the way for regime.
But you're saying every war though as well. You're just saying every war. It's not about America supporting Israel, all of that. No. You're just saying everything is the Jews' fault. Come on now.
Change so Israel can dominate the region because that makes them the most powerful they can be. There is.
And if they're powerful and the US is powerful, isn't that going to help you guys? Anyway, Vikings invading England had nothing to do with Jewish people. You don't know that. You don't know that.
An occult element at the height.
Oh, yes. Please tell me. You guys have watched this, okay? Up to no good as usual, yes. You know what they're doing too, people? You know, these pious Jewish people. They're actually, you know, I'm reading the Old Testament, and I guess they're really still interested in Satan, Baal, all of those non-god gods. They're sacrificing to demons out here. You haven't watched it. I haven't watched it either. We're gonna watch it now. Sorry, guys, I'm getting to it. I just wanted to get through the Nick Fuentes clips, right? Yeah, he's now going to talk about there's occultism, and oh, guess what? The Jews are also into the occult. The Jews are witches, etc., etc. Like, okay, cool. Which I hope that Tucker and him talk about, because getting Tucker to talk about demons would be it's an interesting thing.
Levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. So many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals.
Woo!
Or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty.
This video, I don't know, but the Ben Shapiro's video was 7 days ago. That's why I was talking about ancient history in the beginning. Kabbalah, I don't know. I suppose, hey. You know what? Kabbalah is kind of, since Madonna's thing, and since Britney Spears, like, went crazy, whatever, Kabbalah hasn't been spoken about in normie circles. And I would say I'm in a normie circle when it comes to that. Yeah, interesting. Fuentes needs to read a book. I don't know. Fuentes needs to touch grass.
Straight up. And I'm far more.
Why does anyone listen to him at all, Kaiser? So this is a big thing where people like, it's like a dilemma. Like, do you address him? Do you just ignore him? Same thing I find. Look, Destiny is also, he's irritating in his own way. I'm like, can't we just, and Hassan, like, could we not just ignore the fuck out of these people and leave them, and just then they'll become irrelevant? The thing is, they're not irrelevant to other people. That is the problem. That there are people that believe them. There are people that like them. And that is freaking scary. And you kind of don't want that to continue. You don't want to ban them because they have the right to express themselves, but those are horrible ideas, and you kind of need to fight them. So you need to address them. And the thing is, other people listen to him. That is the problem for me. Other people listen to him, and that is why we land up talking about him. And yes, I guess you could say, but that bolsters him, that platforms him. But it's like, no, you do need to, you could also show other people how ridiculous he is. So you're kind of immunizing them as well by exposing them to this. That's what my thing.
More concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration these people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing.
It's so annoying. It's like you're saying the right things about being against demons and Christ literally is king. Yes, Christ is. But when I'm talking about that, that's what I'm doing. Talking about Christian God, all of that. You're using Christ for some really unchristian things.
In Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. This is God's country. This
is God's country, bro. You just haven't read the New Testament, I suppose. Is that where you're at?
This is Jesus's country. This is not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country.
This is Christ's country. Step aside, Jesse Smollett.
Josh Hammer and Mark Levin. Fuck these people.
Okay, hold on. I'm Jews start all wars. Jews and demons. Okay, we've got that. Cool. Fuck these people. Oh, also he talks about when we are in control. When we are in control. Again, I don't grift. Probably grift going on there. When we're in control, they'll be gone. Somebody changed my freaking keyboard. Somebody. It was me. When we're in control. Because he wants the theocracy, right? His theology, as a demon, I feel attracted. Did he summon you?
Like deeply, seriously, all real Americans, if you are a real...
Yes, the Jews are the chosen people. Explicitly, they are spoken of as the chosen people. But that does not make everybody else less than, especially because of Jesus. So there is that. There's many that was something that I was like, okay, well, I'm kind of feeling that's annoying. So I'm not Jewish. What does that mean? And it's like, yeah, Christ opened all of that up, and yeah, you're not of the chosen people, but you're still created by God. Next.
American, if you were born in this country, I don't even care who you are, what you are. If you are a real American that loves this country, you have generations in this country, your family or you fought for this flag.
Okay, so whoa, guys, he's being inclusive. If you were born then, you got generations. Even if you're not white, it sounds like.
And fought for the Constitution, fought for our church, fought for our civilization. For all of you, I say about Josh Hammer and Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, fuck them.
Oh, look at you. You swore on the internet. Like, okay, I say blah, blah. Okay. See, this is part of also this kind of ranting stuff. That is why I really can't watch him too much, because he descends into this literally, when I just went to a couple episodes of his, he descends into this most of the time for me. Like, it is hard. It's difficult. I know you're supposed to know your enemy and whatever. It's just like, okay. Like, yeah.
Fuck them. Deeply, seriously, get them the fuck out of our country.
Okay.
Nick Fuentes, it should be mentioned, despises Donald Trump and the MAGA movement as well.
Fuck you. You.
Yes. So you see, this is what I was talking about earlier. Then, because he is against MAGA. The thing is, MAGA thinks that this is how the left thinks this is how MAGA thinks. Okay, the left thinks that MAGA equals groypers, whereas there is a lot of MAGA that is, I suppose, groyper, but his following hates MAGA too, because MAGA is not good enough. Okay, this is why I thought, we need to investigate whether the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk isn't far right and finds him too milquetoast, and actually that's why he killed him. Like, that was something that I said, we need to keep an eye on. You guys can't assume that it's the left just because. So this guy's, he's completely against MAGA, and you know what? We like that. Okay, separate yourself. But bro is separating himself as well from the MAGAs. which is a good thing. But then again, the crazy MAGAs inside MAGA don't separate themselves out. They don't.
Suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you
Yeah, Qued, he's a clip form of notes. Yeah.
think you are. You are, and honestly, and if you watch my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam.
Oh, it's all a scam. MAGA's a scam.
When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
You got had because you believed. Look, there are a lot of things that people have become disappointed and disillusioned about Trump, like him doing 360s that were 180s, 360s, whatever. He flips and flops all over the freaking place. Those things are freaking annoying. Okay, but then you do have the crazy MAGAs that follow him, that they don't even criticize him. They just woohoo. They put on that red cap and that was the end of it. But it's like, bro, we see you. You literally just said a couple months ago that with the Epstein files, things like that, you just said that it was all, we have to release them. And then 5 seconds later, relatively, you're like, no, what? We're still talking about him? Yes, we're still talking about him. You ran on this, you moron. You can't just talk things into existence, Trump. I know that you're a megalomaniac, okay? You can't talk things into existence. You can't just say stuff. I think he really thinks that if he just tells you the story, enough people will pick it up and be like, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're still talking about that creep Epstein, and then we stop talking about it. No, that's not how it works. It will work for some people in MAGA, but it won't work for other people that actually supported you for the right reasons that aren't just brainless about it. But anyway, let's go. But that's how politics works. This is true. That's what I'm saying. There are people that will take that narrative. Like they take that narrative and they swallow it whole. They're like, yeah, cool. Whatever you say, Trump. Oh, we weren't going to attack affordability. No. Affordability. What? That is a Democratic thing. That's the Democrat scam. We see you. Here is a clip of you talking about making things more affordable. You said the word affordable, sir. What? Okay. Anyway, the moron word is a bit much. I say moron because I'm just moron in that it's like, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. You're being stupid. Okay? Sorry. I really do like the word moron. I'm sorry. But that's how politics works. Anyway, lady, okay, thanks. I'm having a good time ranting, but we still need to get to the fucking episode.
And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were.
Okay.
So that right there is just a brief glimpse into the twisted mind of Nick Fuentes. And there's
okay, so that's all Nick Fuentes. He goes over Nick Fuentes. Let me just tell you about the rest of the video. He goes over basically the many sins of Tucker Carlson, okay? Who he's spoken to, the things he said. He didn't like the way Tucker kind of implied that Jewish people had killed, what's the name? What do you call it? Had killed Charlie Kirk, that sort of thing, the hummus thing. And then he said he tried to walk it back or something like that. So that's part of what he's upset about with Tucker Carlson. So he has quite a lot going on with Carlson. Also, the fact that then he brings up, of course, Candace Owens. Some of my favorite things, Candace Owens. She also likes to blame the Jews.
Gay and married to a trans man who molested him when he was a child. Well, it's not a coincidence that Justin Trudeau is gay. Obama, gay. Zelensky, gay. Emmanuel
just all of these Emmanuel Macron,
gay and married.
Like very strange things. And people just put you in the same. If you say anything about being a little bit center right, you are in the same box as this one. You're in the same box as her, and you're in the same box as Nick Fuentes. Okay, so she's on about the gays, and then we've got
doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's that could
be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
well,
she's yeah. Anyway, she goes on about the Jews. We know Candace. She has mental problems. I think Candace is paranoid, and and she believes these things. I still want to do this deep. I've started doing this deep dive. Maybe I should just do some clips from the video that I did. I'll release it to members. Just some clips of me reacting to Candace a couple episodes before I started moving my furniture and all of this stuff. But basically, deep dive into Candace's. I want to do a timeline of all of her theories about Charlie Kirk, because they do actually change. It was like, oh no, it's the Jewish people, and then it's like, oh no, it's Trump, and then it's all over the place. Anyway, let's get to the actual episode, guys. Finally, so we've just had, this is what we're looking for with Nick Fuentes, and then basically just with the Tucker Carlson, so that we can actually just get to the episode. Tucker Carlson, he looks at the Russia stuff, the fact that he's like, oh, everything's fine in Russia, and the people he speaks to, he compares the way Tucker dealt with other political opponents, not softballing, whereas he speaks to Qatari officials and he's very softball with them. So yeah, he's very anti Tucker right now. He's upset with him. Tucker has a big platform, and he is not using it to ask the tough questions, according to Ben. But let's go to the Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson episode. We're gonna hopefully, let's put it quicker. We don't have a Ben Shapiro, so maybe we can go at 1.5 speed, and we'll be able to, it'll be intelligible.
Tess, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I wanted to meet you. I've heard about you.
I've heard about you.
Oh, first of all, just so we get to me with the expand, let's do add another one, and we're basically going to do, we'll do a mind map, not a timeline, because with a timeline, with a debate, I do a timeline because I want to show that does the conversation move forward, or does it go back? This is an interview, so maybe we just do a branch per question if there is a question. But basically, we're going to be talking about, we're going to be tracking the topics that they cover. So we will have to do different, what do you call it? Colors for them. So this just Tucker and Fuentes. Okay, let's do, Tucker can be green. Tucked. And we can have Fuentes as red. Okay, cool. So that's, let's actually put this as a key. Okay, and basically what we'll be doing is just tracking. I'm not going to be copy pasting the transcript as I usually do for, what do you call it? For debates. It's more like, what do they cover in this? And I will be noting, I think let's give myself a, usually we put it yellow for commentary. We'll be noting like what he could have asked. I want to put there what he could have asked in it should be purple, hey? What he could have asked, what I would have asked, something like that. Maybe what Ben would have asked, but basically kitty commentary, okay? Okay, cool. Let's go, let's get back to it. She tried to get what dismissed? Oh, the Macron stuff? Okay, let's do, all right. Will my media button still work? No. It just opened OBS. Whoopsie. Okay.
So, thank you. I want to understand what you believe, and I want to give you a chance in a minute to just lay it out, not what you're pivoting against. which are a lot of the same thing. I agree with you on some of the things you're pivoting against for sure. But what do you affirmatively believe? So I just want to stand back and let you explain it. But first, I want.
So he stands with him on some things. I think what that would mean is that he probably does stand with him in criticizing Israel, not hating Jews. Hopefully not, but we'll see. So let's see about that. Let's go here. Let me just hold up. Let me put this here so I can actually see my full window. Over here. Okay, cool. I'm good. Why are they trying to get Brett Cooper blacklisted? What did Brett Cooper? Didn't she? She also. What do you call it? Support Tucker Carlson in this. Anyway, we've already the way that Megyn Kelly defended Tucker in this instance was she said, well, he's actually just trying to lay it out and put the way she phrased it, put bumpers up against this guy to basically say this is to set him apart from the rest of the right. That's what she kind of was saying. She shouldn't have said bumpers, okay? Because I don't know. Maybe if what she means by bumpers is like don't let him go as far as he wants to go. But I would say what Tucker should be doing here is get him. You just trying to understand a person does not mean that you support them. So, like, I'm okay with him asking these questions and not fighting him on them, but at the same time, I still want pertinent questions and I still want good questions. I don't want smoothing over the way that that Ben Shapiro says it happens. So far, what he has done is he just wants to understand what Nick believes, and that is not a problem to me as well, because again, best disinfectant. So intro, what Nick believes. And yeah, there are some things that he agrees with. Fine, that's fine, people. Again, Hitler drank water kind of discussion.
To understand how you got to where you are, how you became Nick Fuentes. So this is my understanding of your life arc. And tell me if I'm wrong. You show up at Boston University. You grew up in a suburb of Chicago, kind of working class, western suburb, and you show up at Boston University in the fall of 2016 at the height of the battle between Trump and Hillary. It's like this kind of pivot point in history. And you show up with a MAGA hat, and you have a Trump hat, and you have like basically off-the-shelf Republican views.
Yes.
And
okay, so he started off what Nick believes, but then, Nick, how he's seen it, how he sees Nick's past, okay, how he sees Nick's past. So he was an off-the-shelf Republican. So it seems like that's helping us understand that where he started from. I think it's already understood, even from the context clues now, that he is no longer of that off-the-shelf Republican. This was 2016. We're talking about the origin story. So Boston University, MAGA hat, off-the-shelf Republican, which is normie Republican. Cool.
So describe the views that you had then, and then describe what happened.
Okay, that's
a lot of the libertarian stuff. Yeah, so when I was in high school, I was very political. I was reading a lot of the libertarian stuff, Austrian school, Chicago school, economic type literature, because that's what was popular at the time. If you went online in the early 2010s, that's all the conservative content there really was. That was the most extremely online type
Libertarian
stuff.
economics.
Well, yeah, basically kind of the remnant of the Ron Paul Revolution.
Yes.
The Young Americans for Liberty, PragerU, which kind of skews a little more, I guess, conservative, but
okay. So he is giving us, he gives us actually a bit of what he was reading. Cool. So just a libertarian economics. Yeah, just conservative thought that was online at the time. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about him in the past, though.
very basic small government, individualism, libertarian type stuff.
So you watch PragerU videos?
Oh yeah, I was in the Prager Force.
What's that?
It's a Facebook group for college kids, and they promote the Prager
Does he know how to speak without smiling the whole time? Anyway, that's ad hominem, but why not? Okay, conservative thought. What we got? PragerU. Okay, so he was probably in the same group eventually. That I guess Amala would land up in.
Videos
Wow.
to the college students and high
So
school
you really were a
students.
product of the moment.
Absolutely.
Who's trying?
And how'd you feel about Trump?
Tucker?
Well, initially I didn't like
Trump.
Trump. When the primary started in 2015, I considered him to be a statist.
Yeah.
Which sounds so ridiculous now.
Sorry, where we
When the
Product of the moment.
absolutely.
And how'd you feel about Trump?
Well, initially I didn't like Trump. When the primary started in 2015, I considered him to be a statist.
Yeah.
Which sounds so ridiculous now.
No, a lot of people thought that.
Yeah. And I was a libertarian, so I saw him as a big government 1990s.
Okay. So initially didn't like Trump, but don't worry, he still doesn't like Trump now. Initially didn't like Trump. Statist, big buoy, big government guy. Okay, cool.
Liberal. When he was asked about healthcare, he said, well, we'll take care of everybody. And I said, I'm a Rand Paul guy, Ted Cruz guy. Those were kind of my people back in 2015.
You like Ted Cruz?
I was a cruise missile.
Does Cruz know that?
I don't think so, no. I was actually on his campaign.
You were on the Ted Cruz campaign?
I don't know if I was on the campaign, but I door knocked in a little village
He doesn't know if it was on the campaign, but he did try and get Ted Cruz. Okay.
in Chicago, in McKinley Park for Ted Cruz
No way.
in the Illinois primary.
Did he write you a thank
Okay, so yeah, we had Ted Cruz vibes going. So what happened?
No, I didn't get a thank you. He lost, so I
Yeah,
guess.
he did in a very humiliating way. So wow, that's amazing. So what happened?
So I, like everybody else in 2016, went through this ideological awakening. And first I shifted to Trump. And the first real
Okay, so like everybody else in 2016, I don't know, ideological. 2016 hit people hard. You have a crush on Fuentes? Yes, absolutely. I would like him to assault me. Yeah. So his ideological shift interesting in 2016, and he initially went towards Trump. Okay. Okay.
realization that I had is it started in 2016, actually, because the primaries, started in 15, around April or May, I think, the first announcements. And I had very negative feelings about Trump. And like I said, pro Rand Paul, pro Cruz. Won the actual Iowa
Ted Cruz, Rand Paul. Okay.
caucus happened and the primaries began. I saw that Trump was dominating. And every night in the Super Tuesday, when they had all the big contests, one after the other, I remember the media was furious that he was winning one after the other. And I remember thinking to myself, like, structurally, if I'm a libertarian or a conservative and we want to change the country, we have to win elections. If you want to win elections, you have to bypass the media. I sort of had this realization that the media was really standing in the way.
Okay, so he has this thing against the media. The media is the problem. Media equals problem. So how gateway drug to Trump? He sees Trump is going well. If my fiance's wedding vows aren't, I'd want him to assault me. I don't want her. Absolutely. You see, get you a girl that will say that about you.
Were the problem. And I had this realization that all the conservatives and Republicans up to that point were afraid to take on the media. They, like Mitt Romney, would cower before them. And were
Okay, so what I'm hearing here is the kind of thing that a lot of people got through is like, oh, Trump. They liked Trump's style. They liked Trump's rebelliousness, his newness, his gruffness, the way he dealt with media. Okay, so that's what he's seeing.
so apologetic and so weak. And so
But
initially,
this guy will drain the swamp kind of thing.
I said, I actually don't ideologically agree with Trump at all, but he will destroy the liberal media, or at least their monopoly on thought and opinion.
Yes.
And
Okay, so he said media is problem. So he knew Trump will destroy the media. I don't know if he knew that, but okay, Fuentes, like, cool. Let's see.
And then a breakthrough can occur. So that was kind of the first hump. And I said, I could get behind Trump because he's a winner. He'll win for our side. And that was kind of the first big thing. And then as I listened,
He'll win for our side. So it's like it's the same sort of thing as people in the chat were saying. It's like, oh well, Fuentes is the guy that's going to win for us, or Fuentes is the representation we need. Okay, so Trump will destroy the media. Trump will benefit my side. Okay, so it's like, okay, any port in a storm. Being an independent just won't work. So yeah, I think that is a problem with libertarians. So yeah.
To him more and more, his speeches and his rhetoric, I started to think about immigration.
Which you hadn't really considered before?
Never. And the reason why is because I was from a 95% white suburb. So the diversity had not really reached my corner of Chicago yet. Me and my family, not so.
Okay, so he didn't care about. So when he was surrounded by his white people, it didn't care about immigrants. Which yeah, that makes sense. Immigration wasn't an issue. So he started to think about immigration. Okay. So yeah, it was fine before diversity started taking its toll on him. That's happened to a lot of people as well.
Much my family, they grew up in the city, but growing up in the suburbs, I was insulated from that. So it was just not even, it's actually, you're going to love this. I don't know if I've ever even said this on an interview before. I was listening to Mark Levin's show. This goes to show how normie I was.
Actually?
I listen to him every day.
You listen to Mark Levin every day?
In high school, yes.
Wow.
I was a fan. I loved the show.
He still looks like he's in high school.
But I actually liked how
He's aged very well. He's aged very well.
Kind of obnoxious and mean to his callers.
Yeah.
Vicious. And I liked that. I thought that was funny. But I'll never forget one show. He goes live and he says, America's becoming a majority non-white country. Does anybody think that's a good idea? And I was
Okay, so he finally gets to this. Oh, majority. Now it's majority non-white. So it's like, by the way, there's the big replacement. And that kind of questioning as well isn't full on just what do you call it, racism at this point. It's kind of like, hey, hold up, why are we importing people though?
thinking to myself, yeah, that actually doesn't sound so good. I didn't really even think that America's becoming majority minority like that.
Majority minority. Yeah, because you're supposed to be a minority. I'm a minority in South Africa. We're in a minority. And you know what? I think I'm in a minority here because I'm South African. There's not a lot of, there's a lot of South Africans, but we're in a minority as well. So I'm oppressed.
And so you were radicalized on race by Mark Levin?
Yes.
Are you making that up? Is that
That's a real story.
Okay, so Mark Levin. Okay.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. He planted the seed at least. And then I saw a graphic on 4chan or Twitter, and I'm sure you've seen something similar. It said, this is what the map looks like, the electoral map. If only men vote, if only women vote, if only whites vote, if only non-whites vote. And it became very obvious what the electoral problem is. It's demographics. These immigrants are coming.
Yeah, demographics. So destiny and everything. So yes, we're importing people that will vote Democratic and blah, blah, blah.
Here, they're going to turn Texas blue like they turned California blue.
Yeah, I saw it happen.
Yeah, and you know, you look at even the opinion polls. These people don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in the Constitution, the Second Amendment. As a libertarian, the things that are, and as American, things that are important to you, they don't believe, they don't understand these things. And so I said, that's another political obstacle. You've got the media, you've got immigration. So I'm thinking like, well, we're going to vote for Ted Cruz. He's going to be the constitutionalist. We'll vote for Rand Paul. He'll be the libertarian. But what stands in the way of political power for us? It's the media and it's immigration.
Us. Just the us is us being libertarian. At this point, what I'm hearing is us being libertarian. So he is in, this is where he was at in 2016. He's got, okay, this is what I see as a problem, the importing people that will then vote Democrats. He is opposed to Democrats already as a libertarian, and somewhat Republican. So yeah, he sees that and he says, okay, this is expedient. So far what we're doing is we're just getting an idea of the origins of Nick Fuentes, where he came from. We're not going to his most extreme things. It's the origin of it. And I guess what Ben would feel at this point is, why are we talking about this? Because this sounds too reasonable. You're letting him sound too reasonable. You're letting him sound like he's normal. And that was the criticism that he said, is that, he's just a little bit of an edge case of normal, is what we're getting of Nick Fuentes. This is the criticism that Ben had, that if you just took it from just this conversation, you wouldn't realize how actually extremist Nick Fuentes is. You wouldn't notice how much hate he has and all of that. It's just, I'm just saying that this is just what my opinion is, but the actual hate was never expressed. Now, then we've got Megyn Kelly on the other hand, who is saying, well, no, he was bumpering him. Tucker was making sure that he didn't go out of those bounds. So all of this is just normal rhetoric. It's not, it's normal I'm telling you my story stuff. Cool. But I guess that is the criticism of what's the name of Ben. Ben is like, this is all too normal. All too normal makes Nick look normal. Ben. Okay. But for me, it's fine. It's in his origin story. The context tells me that that actually, yeah, that's fine. He's just talking about his origins, where he's coming from.
So I said, well, we got to get Trump to beat the media, build the wall, deport the illegals. And once we set the country straight, then we can actually have our constitutional republic back. That was kind of the idea. And that's the mindset that I had going into college.
Amazing. So then what happened?
So I go to college, and I'm just, at that point, a huge Trump supporter. And you got to understand, for me, for my generation, so I was 18. I turned 18 in August 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And to us,
That's
Trump,
amazing.
yeah, well, because we're like the first generation that was influenced by Trump coming of
Yes.
age in that moment.
No, I say it's amazing because when you're living in something, you don't appreciate its full significance. But to be 18 in August of 2016, so this really
18 in August of 2016. What was I doing? I was studying. I was still in varsity as well.
is as you're forming your views and really yourself
Yes.
in the
Yeah.
middle of this. We'll admit that we are not the most disciplined and not deal with the same people who make the, let me repeat, trinkle, the correct smokehouse barbecue, flag, no crap percent off your flake ordering on.
So for us, he was
I
like the
could,
savior of Western civilization. We looked at him as like, and by we, I mean me and all the online kids, teenagers that supported him, we really believed the hype. Like Teflon Don, like he could go.
I think in 2016 as well, I was just on the way up to 2016. I was hating Trump. I was really like, he is the worst person. He is evil. I was on the proper leftist, TDS thing. He's the worst thing. Oh my God, how could this happen? How could you do this, America? America, what are you on? This is insane. All of that. I was on that, and I hadn't had that experience of realizing what Democrats were trying to fight for as well. I had actually realized, okay, so I hadn't had that realization yet. So where he is, I'm completely the opposite. He was already way based compared to me.
Into any scenario and win. Like he was unstoppable, unflappable. Nobody could score points on him. He just seemed like, they said you can't stump the Trump. Like he could not be stumped. And so
You can't stump the Trump. Why have I not? I don't know. Just that never stuck.
he just had this aura of inevitability,
Yes.
invincibility. And I loved that. And so I went to Boston University. I got on campus in September, and I was wearing my MAGA hat everywhere, in the dining hall, walking down the street, and it's a city campus. So you're walking down Commonwealth Avenue, and
you're being based.
you're in the city of Boston, which is super liberal. And at that time, it's different than it was now. People were getting fired for wearing MAGA hats. People were getting punched in the face. It was like being a Trump supporter was out there actually back then. It was
I remember.
controversial.
Yes, he was based. He was doing that like, And yeah, I suppose I was on campus a little. It was post-grad, so it wasn't as bad. But yeah, being a Trump supporter in a young demographic was very frowned upon.
It was controversial everywhere, not even, just in liberal Boston. But so I was wearing my hat.
And the thing, I'm talking about this, guys. This is South Africa. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody should give a shit about the USA, but your politics, it leads the world. Okay, so we do care. We do care about the USA. So having the idea of like having Obama, having a black president in America, that was really cool and exciting for South Africans. As if it's gonna make things better for us. It's not, but it's like if America is doing well, hopefully there are the guys for liberty, right? So if they're doing well, if their democracy does well, maybe we can do well. Let's not get onto South Africa at the moment.
Everywhere, and I was just getting accosted constantly in the dining hall. People would come up and yell in my face. Some black girl in a hijab ran up to me and said, "You know what you're supporting? You're racist." This, and I'm trying to get my pizza. I'm trying to get my oatmeal or whatever at the dining hall. This was happening constantly.
Yes. So your hat means complete racist, crazy man. Okay. Whereas right now, if you were looking at the diagram over here, you obviously can't see it very clearly. But yeah, if we were looking at his political views, they're kind of just normal right wing, center right. Hey, don't import people just to get certain votes. That's crazy. Maybe care a little bit about America. Also, the media is full of shit. All stuff that I still actually agree on. Thank you. Very, very good stuff. Okay. So he was normal at this point. And people running at him and saying, you're racist and crazy, that was not right. But now he's racist and crazy. So I want to know how we get to this.
And so I was going then on Twitter, and I had a small Twitter account with my real name and face, and I had, maybe 200 followers, and I'm posting about my experiences. And I caught the attention of a lot of people on campus for wearing the hat, for posting on Twitter, and they found my Twitter.
You've only been there like a month?
Last weeks.
I love the way Tucker is very, very fascinated with people when he's like, wow, you've only been there for months. Like, he really, really makes sure that he's listening and he's fascinated.
3 weeks. This is starting to kick up. And I catch the attention of my peers, and they start going at me on Twitter and giving me death threats. We're going to kill you. How dare you? If I see you, I'm going to beat your ass, that kind of thing.
Okay, so his experiences with politics is he has a political thing. He wears his hat. He gets reactions from people, and then he gets really, really bad reactions. I suppose what this could do, this was an experience that a lot of conservatives went through and have been going through. I suppose it's changed now, but of this thing that they actually had to act like they were lefties on campus. You couldn't actually speak or criticize anything that the left was saying, essentially, or it was problematic, and you were everything bad, everything wrong, you were part of the problem. All of that stuff is highly relatable. So I could easily be going, yeah, Nick, yeah, you're totally like me. I'm totally like you. Oh, tell me more. So, okay, so I suppose this is what Ben is upset about and scared about, but it's like, yeah, but you just go and watch his videos after this and you're like, okay, you've taken a bit, calm down. Let's relax.
And this is my first experience with this. Now we're all kind of desensitized to it, but that was my first run-in with this intensity from the left. So I find a police report, I get real nervous.
And I think what he gets, so he gets the intensity. Sorry, I'm going to put your death threats due to MAGA hats and opinions, right? So that could make you easily be like, well, F you guys, okay? Just straight up, these are the people I'm dealing with, screw them. So that can definitely be your hateful arc.
When you're a student, you can't really avoid other people. You're in a dorm room, you're in so you're vulnerable. And anyway, long story short, so one of these guys from the campus libertarian group, Young Americans for Liberty, he reaches out to me and says, hey, I'm not going to say his name, but he goes, I go to a school in Boston. I'm from YAL. He said, and I'd like to set up a debate with you and one of these people that's been giving you a hard time on campus.
Okay, so we've got debates going. You see, again, relatable. Woo, hey, Nick Fuentes really is just Charlie Kirk, boys and girls. He just wants to, he's going to just debate, right? So this is all in the past. And I guess Ben would be like, no, why are we talking about this? No. We've had this kind of thing. I think it was with Douglas Murray, where Douglas doesn't want you to just have a normal conversation. He wants you to immediately go to the worst that person has ever said and immediately just gun for them. And we saw how that worked out with him and Dave Smith. It did not work. Okay. He was in the right. Okay. He was, but he didn't offer any arguments. All he was doing, Douglas Murray, was scolding Dave Smith. And Dave Smith was a lot better at weaseling around the words. And he looked like an absolute moron, Douglas Murray. Exactly because he didn't just take a chilled approach and just listen. So yeah, I guess this is Ben is having that Douglas Murray moment where it's like, why are you talking to this guy? Why? Bye, Edward. Hey, Creamage. Yeah. Black people weren't sold by their own tribal leaders; they were sold by enemy tribal leaders. Why are we talking about that? But okay. Are we talking about? Oh, people are talking about. Yeah, that's been an ongoing conversation in the chat. Anyway,
they were doing a lot of events. He said, is that something you're interested in? I said, absolutely.
Okay, sorry. I just death threats, had opinions. Let's go outside of this. Debate through Libertarian Society on campus. Okay, so
And so he goes around and he asks some of the bigger people that are antagonizing me on Twitter, and everybody says no. And he goes, yeah, no one's going for it. I said,
Yeah, because nobody wants to talk. This is exactly a thing. Sorry, all the problems that we have with the left don't disappear as soon as we don't like Nick Fuentes. Oh, well, you don't like someone on your side. No, hold up. He might be on my side of the map, but there's still a border between me and him. I don't believe exactly as he believes. We have like a basis that there's certain overlaps, but then yeah, our Venn diagrams are not exactly the same. Okay, it's not just circle over circle. Okay, just get that clear. But yeah, all of the criticisms of the left don't disappear just because you have criticisms for someone who is on the right of you. Like I think we have the duty to say who we disagree with and who we agree with. And I don't know, so far, again, I guess the only thing Tucker is guilty of is listening and finding common ground, because this is the common ground that we all have with Nick Fuentes, we being people that are center right, that have gotten irritated with death threats or things like that just for not hating Trump with every fiber of their being. Not hating him, supporting him. Yeah, people got really got in trouble for that. But literally, just by not hating him for everything, you would also get completely demolished and cancelled and what. So all of that's relatable. Does that make Nick Fuentes relatable? And now I'm gonna start liking Nick Fuentes. I don't know. I think a reasonable person would still go and watch his content. A reasonable person that is not looking for this message would watch his content and be like, woof, that's a bit too far. Sorry, dude. Bye. Like, so they might check him out, but then I don't think they'll suddenly be hypno-toaded into liking Nick Fuentes.
well, can you try again? And so he finds one guy, and it turns out to be the student body president of the whole university.
Could be you.
Yeah, the senior, this liberal douchebag progressive. And he's the student body president of the student government there.
What he's wrong about, in my opinion, Jews do not control the entire world. Jews are not to blame for absolutely everything that's wrong in the world. White people are not biologically superior to black people. Get the fuck out. Women actually can be in politics. Women are full of shit, yes, but so are men. Things like that. So that really basic things that just they're normal to not be actually racist, to not be actually anti-Semitic. All of those things, disagree with him on it.
And so we set up the debate. It was about a week before the actual elections. I think it was end of October, beginning of November. And they hold it in this auditorium in the center of the campus, and like 300 people show up. So it turns into like this huge, and they're all liberal. They all hate my guts. They're heckling me the whole time. They're yelling at me. We do this debate.
You see, things like that. That stuff, just because I agree with that stuff, that I would also be annoyed with that. The heckling, the lack of actual discussion, all of that. That's all stuff that I relate to with Nick Fuentes. That does not make him a good old guy, my friend. It's like it's a weird guilt by agreement, like agreement on this versus, again, what? I drink water, Hitler drank water, we're both Nazis.
About Trump versus Hillary. And so I'm there and I'm pro-Trump, and I say, I think Trump's going to win. And I'm straight up like ripping the Ben Shapiro talking points. I'm saying, it's got everything to do with culture and nothing to do with race and diversity.
Okay, you see, this is where he was at. Okay, he was at the kind of milquetoast conservative, where it's culture. Okay, so the culture, it's not about race, it's the culture. That is a normal right-wing, milquetoast right-wing thing that Charlie Kirk was about. Okay. Shit, I didn't go over the Charlie Kirk talking about Nick Fuentes, but basically Charlie Kirk, he's about like, don't need to speak to trolls actually. And the way he dealt with a certain with a person that was trying to espouse Nick Fuentes type things, he basically yelled at them and got told them to get off stage. So anyway, but the point is, yeah, this is the normal milquetoast culture. Okay, culturally, there needs to be more focus on present dads. Let's being on welfare is not something that you need to be proud of culturally. Blah blah blah. All of that stuff that is not, again, that is not biologically. There's no biological basis for it. That is where I'm like, are you fucking no? He went all the way. He went further and further with that. Okay. So here, where he's at now, saying it's cultural and all of that sort of stuff, that's normal center-right stuff.
He's a problem and all this. And I decisively win the debate. It's like not even close. The debate wraps up, and this girl.
Sorry, I'm just going to put your diversity, culture. So culture, not race. So this is all previous stuff, not race. So what I would want to know, what made him, what radicalized you? You know, the whole thing. And then there's the meme of like, you did. That we're going through his journey here. He's talking about it to Tucker. He's telling, okay, so we're still on the normie Republican train right now.
Who I think I talked to her on Twitter once or twice, comes running up to the stage after the debate, and it's Cassie Dillon. And at this time, she's a fellow at Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's company. And like I said, I barely knew her. And she comes running up and she says, oh my gosh, I live streamed this debate on Periscope on Twitter. She said, and 30,000
remember Periscope.
people watched it, and you have like 5 job offers. You did incredible. I said, wow, I don't know what to say. That's great. She goes,
oh my goodness. So he won, wins debates. Yeah, well, you won. Congratulations, you won the debate against the lefty. Like a high on diversity, high on outrage lefty.
18 years old. Yes. So it's like happening very quickly for me, you know? And she goes, do you want to do a post-game interview after the debate? I said, sure. And so she asked me about how I thought the debate went and what my views are and things like that. And, very normal stuff. And then at the end, she says, I just got back from doing study abroad in Israel. She goes, and it was amazing. Would you ever take a trip to Israel? And I said, no, I think I got everything I need right here in America. And she goes, oh.
Okay, so he's now, is this something he's going to point back to? I'm going to put this here. He's going to point back to somebody from Daily Wire. Daily Wire staffer asks if he's interested in going to Israel. So I feel like that is something he will point back to and be like, yes, see, all the Jews are trying to make me do stuff. Ooh.
Okay. And she wraps up the interview. And that was a little bit of foreshadowing. And this begins a relationship, not a romantic relationship, but we become friends and we start talking. And she's plugged in, like I said, a Daily Wire. She's talking to people at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the college Republicans. I start to develop this friendship with her. And over time, she lands me this show on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And in this time, I'm really starting to lean into America First.
Okay, so he's gotten America First. What was it?
Coming Side Broadcasting Network.
Right Side Broadcasting Network. So he's not an internet troll just yet, guys. So we're on there, and he's America First. Cool. These are all fine things. America First, yes. People that are in a country should want the country to think about the country first. That's the that's, I don't know, the role of your government is to take care of your actual nation state. Yeah, I would say so. I don't blame Americans for wanting America to be American.
And in this time, I'm really starting to lean into America First. I'm becoming more pro-Trump as time goes on. And what really stood out to me was Trump's inaugural address in January 17th. So this was just a couple months later.
Ooh.
And in Trump's inaugural, he says famously, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first, America first.
Okay, so he's going to be like, woo, yay, America first. So that meant Trump, right? Okay. Yeah, and also, Creamage, we're only 12 minutes in. We're actually going very fast because we did do a whole jump into Ben Shapiro's expectations of this. Expectations, Ben Shapiro's feelings about this. We did beforehand, so that's why we were only 12 minutes. But I mean, usually this is how we'll get only 10 minutes in by 2 hours.
I said, that's me. Like, that's what I believe. I'm an American nationalist. Me too. Fully at this point. Not even a
Okay, so we haven't had much from Tucker. He said me too. Okay, he said me too. Is this Ben here that's going, oh my gosh, you're normalizing him. You're making him the same as you. You're making it as if you guys are on the same side. You're just normal Republicans. This is at the time. This is just also Tucker continuing the conversation, letting him cook, essentially. He's telling the story. The whole thing is the origin. We're on this, the origin of Nick Fuentes, but now he's going the beginning of America First. stuff. So let's go.
Conservative. And there was one thing that happened just before that. It really struck me as strange. And I've told this story before. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but suffice to say, Barack Obama, in the lame duck period, so the Democrats lost the election, he's on his way out. There's a resolution of the Security Council condemning the settlements in the West Bank and Israel. And typically, the U.S. delegation will veto those resolutions condemning Israel. Well, Obama's on the period, so the Democrats lost the election, he's on his way out. There's a resolution of the Security Council condemning the settlements in the West Bank and Israel.
Okay, there's condemning, so there's something that's actually condemning Israel. Okay. Now this is like his origin thing of like his little questions about Israel.
And typically the U.S. delegation will veto those resolutions condemning Israel.
Okay, so yeah, condemning Israel, vetoed decisions. Okay.
Well, Obama's on his way out. He's got nothing to lose. So the U.S. delegation abstains from the resolution and it passes. And Fox News and all the pro-Israel conservatives are calling him an anti-Semite. They're saying he hates Jews. He's an anti-Semite. He hates Israel. And I saw that and it struck me as strange because it seemed hypocritical. It seemed like how when conservatives would critique any.
Okay, so this is his first taste of, whoa, that's weird. Like you can condemn things on the West Bank. You can condemn Israel's actions in Gaza. You can condemn that. Right? That's not the same thing as anti-Semitism. That's not it. So the thing is that, okay, so what happens, and this is the thing that worries a lot of people, is that as soon as you start going, hey, I can't criticize Jews without being anti-Semitic, that then makes people anti-Semitic. So it's the same sort of thing as you can't even criticize a gay person. Essentially, it started becoming like, how dare you criticize anyone who's gay? Like that they're a protected class kind of thing. And that then makes people, they didn't have a problem with gay people before, but they start having a problem with gay people because of it. So it's this weird, like infinite loop where they're using I can't criticize them because people that do criticize are anti-Semitic, but they get accused of being anti-Semitic, right? So they get accused of it. And then because they were accused, they then actually go and have the belief and become anti-Semitic. They actually go and believe that the Jews are after them because they were criticized. It's a weird thing. It all just leads to each other, and then everyone ends up hating each other. So he's noticed this. This is the first thing. Oh, okay. Obama called an anti-Semite for criticizing Israel. So it's like it's not just, oh, he's criticized Israel, he doesn't want war, he doesn't want all that, he hates Jewish people. So that distinction also is very difficult to make online. People who just want to criticize Israel, they're just normal people, but then there's other people that use it to go haywire with the hatred. And it's very hard to distinguish between those people, actually, because a lot of them will try and just smuggle themselves in and snuggle in and be like, yeah, we're cool. And then boom, they start throwing out slurs and shit. And they actually do think the Jews are behind everything. It's so strange how one leads to the other.
Thing about race.
This, I suppose, is what Ben is on about with platforming Nick Fuentes. You're going to get those kinds of people. But yeah, obviously Ben is going to be way more sensitive about it. My ethnicity, I'm Italian. I am a South African Italian. So my bloodline comes from from Italy, but I was brought up in South Africa.
Called racist, or anything about feminism, we got called sexist.
Yeah, anything about feminism, you get called sexist. So then you start becoming sexist. The same sort of thing. Gosh, we need to put this infinite loop topic here. What comes first, the hate or the hate? So infinite loop. You get you criticize innocently, okay, and then infinity loop. That's interesting. In fight, what the hell? Infinite loop. Criticize, then accusation. And then actual hatred. Like, don't go to the actual hatred part, okay? You get accused. I understand. It's really horrible, but don't go to the actual hatred part, okay? Just say no. Just say no. What do I think of the things going on in South Africa in general? I think we could do that tomorrow. We can do a stream about that, because what's happening in South Africa now, they're doing the G20, and there are some really exciting things happening in terms of people criticizing the race-based laws in South Africa. And as you can imagine, I would be against them. I think that they have, it's not just that they don't benefit white people, it's a problem, but BEE itself, which is basically affirmative action, has ruined South Africa. It has not resulted in the benefits it promised for Black people in South Africa. Anyway, we'll look into that. I suppose that could be tomorrow's thing, just basically a live research thing of the G20, because Trump is not interested in that. But then at the same time, Trump wants to, apparently, we've got a lot of uranium in South Africa, so maybe that's why he's interested. I don't know. Our government is poopy in South Africa, okay? So the topic of whether white people are being heavily persecuted or not, and whatever, it's back up again. The debate is back up again. And whether white people are in trouble in South Africa and all of that. It's like, everybody's in trouble in South Africa, guys. Everybody is in trouble. The government, I suppose the government isn't. They're happy, they're fine. Everyone else is befalk. Okay.
Obama did was uphold U.S. policy on the West Bank that we've had since '67. Which is we don't support the settlements. I said, how is it anti-Semitic to just be consistent on our U.S. foreign policy? But like I said, which is a Republican-Democrat consensus. And I got attacked for this. I wrote a big...
Okay, so he's been scorned. Okay, he's been burned. And that's going to make him realize,
article about this. I tweeted about it. I tweeted to Ben Shapiro. I said, I've never seen anything on the Daily Wire that's actually critical of Israel. And he quote tweets me. And at this time, I have 1,000 followers on Twitter.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm a freshman.
Oh, it's your fault, Ben. You created him. You created a monster.
Still a freshman in college, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is even before I started my show. And I don't know, I probably got 100 likes on this tweet. It wasn't a viral tweet. He quote tweets me and says, to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism.
No, he's asking you whether you will criticize Israel. It's a okay, so here's whether this is this innocent thing he's asking you. So I guess this is what Ben is upset about. I can see why Ben is upset now, because we're just talking about, hey, Super Mario, thank you for the dirhams. Thank you. Wait, was it let's see whether it was a bad sticker though. Like, is it a bad sticker? Just check it out. It is it's just a donation. There's no sticker involved. But thank you very much. I give it like, thank you, Super Mario. Grazie. Okay, so Nick got upset Ben. Nick was, I suppose at this time it is a plausible that he was not filled with hatred. He was just going, hey, why are you not criticizing? Like, hello, it's really easy. I can criticize South Africa and it's in Italy. It happens. And you know what? I criticize Christians, and I also criticize Catholics and all of that. Well, why can't you do that? So he's asking you that question. So at this point, I am fine. Remember, I'm seeing in this moment, he hasn't been radicalized yet. But because of the backlash, this seems to radicalize him. So he has this infinite loop starting, right? I'm glad you're having fun, Mario.
And like, this is how it sort of begins. And I see this tweet. And by the way, that was on Christmas Eve in 2016.
He immediately called you an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm.
He immediately called you an anti. Oh, no wonder Ben is. Oh, shit. So yeah, this makes so much sense. So let's put this here. The tweets. Ben Shapiro tweet. Now, so the way that Ben will see this, okay, tweets, is why are we not talking about how an actual anti-Semite he is now? But at the time, this is his origin story, right? So I suppose what Ben would be also doing is, oh, well, you're understanding his radicalization, therefore you're okay with it. No. Well, I have to go and debate someone now. Go and enjoy your debate, Edward. Remember to decide on definitions before you get into your debate. Don't debate about definitions unless that's the topic of the debate. Okay. So the Ben Shapiro tweet. This is quite a thing. Immediate response that Nick is anti-Semite. So at this point he isn't. Okay. For asking if for questioning why Ben or Daily Wire has never criticized Israel. Okay. And yeah, that's insidious to him. That's a problematic to Ben, absolutely. He would probably want wants Tucker to say, hey, you're anti-Semitic now. Anyway, but in context, okay, I'm being very, very charitable here. In context, we're talking about the past event. We're talking about what his mindset was then, and now I suspect what he will be doing is using this Ben Shapiro tweet and the reaction to the Ben Shapiro tweet. It's part of his radicalization, and that infinite loop we spoke about.
So I'm driving to Christmas Eve Mass with my family, and I see on Twitter the notification comes up. Ben Shapiro quote tweets me, calling me an anti-Semite. And I was like, what is this? Like, why is this guy attacking me?
First of all, you talking about going to Mass on Christmas Eve. It was like, oh, look how Christian you are. Again, that doesn't pull you out of being an anti-Semite either, because there are Christians that are properly anti-Jewish, that are like, oh, you took our Lord and Savior. It's like, yes, he was supposed to be killed. What is wrong with you? Do you not read? But anyway, yeah, that doesn't take you out. But I guess it's just, hey, look, everybody, Nick goes to Mass on Christmas Eve.
You know, because I don't have a platform at this time. I'm not an influential guy or anything. And so then I put out another tweet similar. I said something like, if you're China first, you should live in China. If you're Mexico first, you should live in Mexico. If you're Israel first, maybe you should go live in Israel.
Oh, so no wonder. Okay, well, he's done a reply. And he's gone Israel first. So he's accusing Ben of being Israel first. Then go in Israel. So Ben has called him an anti-Semite as a response to him. Like, he didn't use the words, you are your loyalty lies with Israel. He didn't say any of that. He implied it, I suppose. And his response to Nick went and implied further and said, you're assuming that I have dual loyalty or something like that. And so based upon that dual loyalty discussion, he goes, well, you're Israel first then, by the way. So you don't get to have it either way. You don't get to sit in America and want the best for Israel, which is like, I don't know. I sit in another country and want the best for my country. But I don't think it's the responsibility of the country that I'm in to take care of other countries. And that's it. Like, America withdrew a lot of funding from South Africa with the USAID thing. Yeah, that really affects a lot of people in South Africa. But I don't blame America for that. I blame my country for needing that kind of support. Anyway, it's a complex issue. There's so many different facets you can come at it from. So he's now criticizing and saying go and live in Israel, but yeah, you could still support another country. You still want the best for your home country. You still want the best for the place, for your people, I suppose. But I guess, yeah, I do want the best for people in Italy. Absolutely. But I still have to abide by the laws when I live in South Africa. I don't know. I'm just this America first. Yeah, he should be America first. But the whole idea of America and Israel is America and Israel strengthen each other. That's the whole. That's what Bibi was explaining. He's like, well, no, Israel and the US together is a good thing.
And again, he quote tweets me and says, "You're an anti-Semite."
So he just does the anti-Semite. So this is radicalizing him.
That same night?
This was, I think, a couple weeks later. Happened a little bit further down the line. And so,
Are you surprised that he knew you?
Would I want the best for the people in Italy while living in South Africa if it was at the expense of the cost of South Africa? If South Africa was in a better position, cost of lives, no, I'm not into that. But it would be nice to have them help each other out. Yeah, I would want that. But cost, yeah, the costs do come in. Yeah, I think it's very difficult to justify trying to fix another country when your country is so broken. But the thing is with America isn't perceived by the rest of the world as entirely broken. It's the best place in the world.
You were?
yeah, I was surprised at why he cared. And so,
Are you surprised that he knew you were?
a couple weeks later, happened a little bit further down the line.
What?
That same night?
This was, I think, a couple weeks later, happened a little bit further down the line.
And thank you for the $10, Abraham. And what is this white persecution I keep hearing about? And do South Africans love Elon? No. A lot of South Africans do not love Elon. They find him repulsive. They don't like that he's rich. He hasn't shared his wealth with South Africa. He left South Africa, so he's not South African. He's an asshole. But there are people that are based and actually like Elon as well. They respect Elon for creating things, but I think the majority don't like him because, yeah, they're just very lefty. So the majority don't like Elon. And in terms of the white persecution, it's actually the race-based laws that are really coming into the spotlight, and also expropriation of land without compensation. So all of those laws that are claimed to be in to solve the problems caused by apartheid, all of those, that is actually now discriminating against white people, and that's a bad thing. We don't want discrimination at all. And yeah, so now it's that's the conflict. And then in terms of the white farmer stuff, that sort of stuff, them being killed and that sort of thing, there is the belief by some people that, yeah, there are political maneuverings that are actually supporting people killing white farmers. I think there must be some political groups that are supporting that. We have also the rhetoric that is in South Africa, where it's really easy to just talk about killing white people. It's fine. It's cool because why apartheid happened, therefore it's okay. Yeah, that race is a big issue in South Africa. Go figure. And the thing is, one of the biggest arguments is whether this white farmer stuff is a genocide or not. Like, people have used this word genocide to really ramp up the interest and sensationalize, and that has not been helpful. It's more like, no, there is some sort of targeted move against white farmers. They're just disproportionately killed. It's like an extra kind of, it's a different kind of crime. And the other arguments you'll get there is everybody is exposed to crime, so get over it, Buttercup. But basically, yeah, the biggest problem in South Africa is the ANC. Okay, it's the ruling party. So there's that. I hope that's me. I'm an immigrant. I've left South Africa, but my family still lives there, and they're fine. They are not being chased off their land or anything like that. They're still perfectly fine, but they're not farmers. So I have family that is farmers through marriage, and yeah, I do worry about them. Anyway, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And if you have questions, I will answer them. As I want to do a stream about that tomorrow. Right, let's continue with this, guys. This is, if you guys are thinking I'm going through this slowly, this has actually been a very good pace.
And so,
Were you surprised that he knew you were?
yeah, I was. I was surprised at why he cared.
We were surprised he cared. No, he's using you as an example. That's what I would say. He's using you as an example. That's what happens when you reply to any random on the internet. You're just like, oh, here's an argument that people are making, and then you just landed up being the one. Maybe it was your surname. Maybe you thought that this guy's Hispanic. I don't know.
Because I'm thinking, how does he even know who I am or what I'm about? And it turned out that Cassie Dillon, she had texted him earlier, and she wanted him to take me under his wing. She texted him after that debate and said, you know, you really like this guy. He's amazing. He did this great debate. She goes, but he's a little too pro-Trump. He's a little too pro-Trump. Good luck for South Africa from Canada. Thanks. You know what? Canada, I would go to Canada. That's a place I would go. South Africans love the idea of going to Canada. But people are saying that it's screwed too. So everybody, good luck. Everyone in the world, good luck with everything. too Trumpy. And he goes, I'll take a look. And so I guess the two of them were kind of like grooming me in a sense.
Okay, so they were grooming you. They saw something in you. Okay.
They wanted me to go maybe and be a Daily Wire, or maybe looking me as a potential conservative activist or influencer.
Okay, so they wanted to groom him. Let's use the word grooming. So of course that's going to upset him. That's going to upset Ben. But guys, the original word, we did use that word grooming for preparing someone. Okay, that there was a non-sinister version of the word grooming that existed. Okay, grooming, not in the child sense, none of that. It was, you're being groomed for leadership. But the negative connotations of grooming obviously come up. But they were setting him up for greatness, you know, grooming him for Daily Wire. That's not gonna make what do you call it? Ben happy. Yes, Canada would benefit by me being there. Yay! Well, where are you in Canada, Quid? Am I saying that right? Nowhere is safe. Canada's safe. Being there. Sorry. Where in Canada are you, Miri?
Sir. And so they started paying attention to me, and the more critical of Israel I was, I started to get this really intense pushback from the both of them and from a lot of the people at Daily Wire.
Why do you think, so you're an 18-year-old.
Okay, so yes, this Candace Owens. It seems like we make people extreme when we pick them out. When we label them a certain way, then they go and actually become the thing that we labeled them. You mean India too? I live in India too. There's a lot of Indians in Dubai.
College freshman, you're clearly talented and you're engaged, really interested. And
clearly talented and engaged. You Tucker called him talented. Okay, so that's the thing. He's fluffing him. So we got you're talented. They saw. Axel, it's half an hour until dinner. So relax. He's sitting here like, hey. Anyway, okay. I'm talking to my cat, by the way. Okay, they saw you. They saw you were talented. Okay, so this is going to be upsetting because that's the fluffing, right? So he said that Ben said that Tucker fluffs up Nick. Okay, they saw that you were talented. You said you were talented. Okay.
You ask not crazy questions like what is this?
Not crazy. The thing is, though, there were the questions. That was fine. That was innocent. But now look at the boy. Okay, that's the thing, though. Look what happened to him. Maybe then we should go. Okay, maybe then the scolding way of going about it, the fierce pushback, maybe that is something that could be corrected. The quick fire labeling of anti-Semite, maybe that can be corrected. But when the person is actually as anti-Semite, what do we do? What do we actually do? When the person is actually racist, I guess you do what Charlie Kirk does and say that guy's a troll. I'm not going to speak to him, I suppose. But the thing is, there are many listening to Nick Fuentes, and they look up to him, and they think that this is it. All this normal stuff that I'm talking about in the diagram, right? All of this stuff that I'm writing here is like, oh, you like Trump and libertarianism and the media's cuck, all of that stuff, right? That's normal, entry level. But that's not what Nick is now, okay? So there's this weird dual nature where people are like, no, I'm just asking questions. Like, he was just asking questions there. So now I want to hear what happened next. So also the way that this is framed, the Daily Wire's efforts to destroy Fuentes. Relax.
And rather interested, and you ask not crazy questions like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the problem.
And from a lot
So he's been speaking a lot.
of the people at Daily Wire.
Why do you think? So you're an 18-year-old college freshman. You're clearly talented, and you're engaged, you're really interested, and you ask not crazy questions.
Okay, they saw you were talented, not crazy questions. Okay. They're not crazy yet, but they are suspicious questions because he's very sensitive. You will be very sensitive because you are used to persecution. You are used to everybody looking for a reason to hate you as a race, as an ethnicity, as an origin, okay? You're used to that. So you're going to be highly, highly sensitive.
Like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
And rather than explain it, they just call you a racist, call you an anti.
Rather than explain it. Okay, so he's saying no crazy questions, rather than explain it. And this is now, I'm sure Ben will take this as you're taking Nick's side. Yeah. Rather than explain it, they call you racist. Okay, that doesn't, fine. You can criticize them for their response. Fine. But his response to it, to become the thing that they're accusing him of being, that's a bit of a problem as well. We can criticize everybody. Don't worry, I got enough criticism for everybody. We got enough over here. Like, just come on. We've got a whole bag. We can have a good old time. Like, we're good. My criticism bag. It's all over here. Hey, I can do this just every now and then. Okay, so anyway, yes. Criticize both things. Criticize the response. Criticize his response. Everybody is wrong.
Like, that's the first response. That seems like the least effective. Well, it turned out to be not very effective in your case.
Yeah, exactly. I still don't know what Nick's current beliefs are, but I've heard unreasonable things are said about him. Yes, you see, this is the criticism that Ben Shapiro has, is that you would think that he just is a normal guy right now. Okay, that he doesn't say things like everything is the fault of the Jews. Doesn't do that kind of thing. We don't know that so far. So that's the criticism that Ben Shapiro had, is that you are normalizing him. You're making him seem like he's a normal guy. Okay? You're making him seem like he's just a normal right-wing guy when actually he is far right. That's the criticism he has for Tucker. But at this point, we're talking about what he was like. And I think what Ben would be upset about is that, yeah, it's kind of like it's giving a bit too much sympathy for Nick Fuentes. He wants him to be absolutely anti all the way through, and also be just be scolding him the whole way through, and instead of what he calls fluffing. So, but this happens in a conversation where you are trying to understand the person. I think you could ask critical questions after this. You could go, cool, they call you racist. I would be tempted to be like, cool, so they called you racist and everything. So at this point, you weren't racist, but now you are. Is this what caused you to be racist? I would be a bit of a bitch that way. But we're going through his origin story. But yeah, the slander, the Daily Wire's efforts to destroy Fuentes. Let's actually put that here. His channel, the way that the channel has framed this is the Daily Wire attempts to destroy Nick Fuentes. I guess that could be taken as fighting words, you know.
But that seems like
if I critique Nick for having a low IQ, does it follow that he will become low IQ? It seems that what he is saying about is about other things, that he has no independent personality outside of labels. No. I'm not. You see what he's saying about other things there, that he has no independent personality outside of labels. No, I'm not saying that. I just feel like he went from that. It's not that if you criticized him for having low IQ, he would suddenly be low IQ. No, he wouldn't make that change. But it seems like his questioning was met with such force that he wanted to lash out again. His interview with Candace Owens if I had him and Candace Owens, I don't know how I would cope. Okay, I just don't. Also had an intro similar to there where Fuentes ranted about being a victim. To Candace's credit, she was combative. Okay, good. So she was combative after. I'm getting off chat. Just FYI, Nick is about to accuse Ben of working with Media Matters, an organization that has been warring with for years, to cancel Nick. He has zero evidence. Well, he's gonna. So let him do it. So no wonder this is but from Ben's video that we went through in the beginning of the stream, it was just that Tucker is normalizing Nick Fuentes. That's the problem. But now I can see it's a little bit more personal.
The least effective thing you could do. Why do you think they did that?
Well, I think that you have to.
Okay, so his question here is, okay, why? Sorry, I'm going to go here for this, making a main topic. The Daily Wire attempts to destroy Nick Fuentes. Why did they accuse you of racism rather than explaining what was going on with your sentiments, I suppose? Like that was a bad thing to do. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean now that Nick is justified in becoming an anti-Semite.
Look at it, not in retrospect, because hindsight is 20/20. And so looking back, you could say they made a terrible mistake because look at sort of what they provoked or what they cataloged.
You see, he himself says, look at what they provoked, what they catalyzed. Yes, exactly. In hindsight, it is a problem. Look what they catalyzed. Okay, cool. You could say that, but what are we going to do now? He's going to give us some other interesting things. So, okay, so we have had that. He has himself also said that this is something that's triggering. They radicalized him.
But at that time, you got to consider, I'm 18 with no following, with no network. I'm coming from the suburbs of Chicago. My parents didn't go to college. I have no connections. And so for them, it was very easy that if they detected that a promising young guy was going to become anti-Israel in the conservative movement, they could crush that person easily and grind them under the heel. So they sort of were alerted, oh, there's a precocious young guy that isn't on board with Israel. We'll keep an eye on him. And if he gets too vocal or popular, we'll cut him down. We'll crush him. Because
yeah, okay, so yeah, Tucker is skilled enough to get, like, I understand we're sort of in the beginning. So in the beginning, you can let him speak. He's spoken a lot, guys. Like, just look at all the notes I've taken for just Fuentes, what Fuentes is saying. Obviously, that's going to be in any interview, we're going to have the interviewee speaking the most, understood. But I think you shouldn't spend only time. So we need to see where it goes from this. So the Daily Wire's efforts to destroy Fuentes, I can see absolutely why this would be a problem for Ben Shapiro. Okay, so we had the intro, and with the origins of Nick Fuentes, that I saw no problem with. It's makes sense to talk about the origins of the person. Like, literally, you're having a political figure, a political commentator on your show. You ask them where their politics came from and where he's come from, where his start is. Now we're going hard into the Daily Wire. I can see why Ben gets upset about that. Then what's the next one? Why Fuentes decided to change. Okay. Let's just check here. Hold on. Let's see what else we have here in terms of chapters, because we're not going to get through this today. So, okay, we've got the Daily Wire. Let me just actually make them here. Why Fuentes decided to challenge the conservative establishment. So I think that's a good enough question. That's a good question to be asking Nick Fuentes. Why would you go against the conservative establishment? Because he is not the conservative establishment. I think that's a good thing. Don't know, we haven't gotten there. He's going against it. He's gone further. He's gone further right. So that's a good topic, to the way to frame it. Why did Fuentes attack Joe Kent? I'm not too sure about that one. Okay. Sorry, I'm just putting them together so I can have a full identity politics. Right, so identity politics. We're against identity politics. Does that make it now we must be Nick Fuentes stands? Are we going to love on Fuentes because we also don't like identity politics? I don't know. He's kind of into identity politics when it comes to race. Oh, now we've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, he attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if we'll get through all of this. Is Fuentes a Fed? Okay. That's just a lolsies internet thing. What does Fuentes actually believe? Wow, that's an interesting thing. See, we do actually get, I hope so, we do actually get to what he does believe. All of the stuff that we've currently gone through is his origin story, what his, there is a definite dig at the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro, so we know that. Fuentes' dinner with Donald Trump and yay, oh my goodness. The meme made into flesh. The assassination attempt, I didn't even know that there was one. That's silly, guys. Stop it. Don't make a martyr out of freaking Fuentes. Why is political violence in America rising? Oh, but we're not supposed to. Okay, so maybe Ben's going to be upset that he's asking that question of him. This is something that you should ask all of your political interviewees. Why Fuentes hates weed and alcohol? Okay. Oh no, that's going to make him be appealing. Guys, don't worry. Nick Fuentes is not appealing. When they'll go and watch his stuff and they'll be like, okay, cool. No, thank you. No, thank you. Be gone, Satan. Be gone. That's it. How porn is destroying men. Go and watch my very judgy reaction to basically Are Men Okay by Shoe on Head. Go and watch that. I'm very judgy of porn and men. There is toxic feminism. That's just in general, I'm okay with that. There is an actual thing that exists that is. What does America's future look like? Oh, well, you know, what does Fuentes want for America? That is a problem. Okay, then I think we'll get some problematic stuff. But right now, all we are on, we've had, it's not even what Nick believes, it's Origins Nick Fuentes. Okay, so we've just had that whole origin stuff. Now we are only on the Daily Wire's attempts to destroy Nick Fuentes. And that, I think, is where most of it comes. Oh, stop it, you have a crush on him. He really disgusts me. I've really put aside a lot of to watch this.
At this time, as you know, in 2017, it's a very different time. 2016, 17, any criticism or dissent on the subject was a death sentence. You became radioactive, unhireable, blacklisted, and that's exactly what happened. And basically from then on, it was just this escalating series of blacklisting, censorship, hit pieces.
Okay, hold on. He was talking about, in hindsight, look what they catalyzed.
Rumors. Right? In 17, it's a very different.
That's how he spoke about it. He brought it up in the structure that we got was, in hindsight, look what they catalyzed, in which case I was like, yes, good stuff. That's hilarious because that's what I was saying. They created Nick Fuentes by calling him an anti-Semite. He actually landed up being one. I don't think he was one when they first spoke about it. But now I want to see the way he brings this up is that there is a counter or something side
popular
on the side.
We'll cut him down. This young guy that isn't on board with Israel and grind them under the heel. So they become anti-Israel in the conservative movement. They could crush that parade.
Hold up.
That promised no connections. And so for them, it was very easy. that if they detected that a promising young guy
Okay, so they detected. So he's now coming up with promising. He was promising a guy. They wanted to crush it. Okay. A promising guy that was not on board with Israel. Right. This is according to him. Okay. So according to him, it sounds like he wasn't really anti-Semitic. If it's just those tweets, it doesn't sound that anti-Semitic to me. But we don't know. I don't know. I don't know what he was talking about at that age in that time. Maybe he really was. He actually had all the beliefs that he currently has now. Maybe he wasn't radicalized. He was born. He just rolled out there hating Jews. Okay, maybe that is it. But because he's very capable of just lying and saying, yeah, well, actually, no, look. So, but the way he's framed it is that they catalyzed it. They created him. Okay. We don't know. If I'm being charitable, he was normal and then he radicalized himself.
I was going to become anti-Israel in the conservative movement, they could crush that person easily and grind them under the heel. So they sort of were alerted, oh, there's a precocious young guy that isn't on board with Israel. We'll keep an eye on him. And if he gets too vocal or popular, we'll cut him down. We'll crush him.
Okay, so that's the look at me. I'm a victim, and I'm just trying to ask the questions, and they're gonna crush me.
Because at this time, as you know, in 2017, it's a very different time. 2016, 17, any criticism or dissent on the subject was a death sentence. You became radioactive, unhireable, blacklisted, and that's exactly what happened. And basically from then on, it was just this escalating series of blacklisting, censorship, hit pieces, rumors to try to ostracize me from the movement. And well,
I don't know. Okay, so it was just, they just ostracized me. They were trying to ostracize Fuentes from the movement. So he was just innocent. He was just being a normal guy, everybody. He was just there. He was just supporting Trump. And he didn't say nothing, okay? He was innocent. That's what I'm hearing here. Now, this is Tucker's. Let's see what Tucker's response is. Is it, well, actually, you were criticizing, not just criticizing Israel. You were kind of hating on Jewish people. You were actually properly into it.
A college student? Yeah, hit pieces, rumors to try to ostracize me from the movement. And well, you're a college student? Yes.
Oh, so this is gonna. Wow, you were a college student. Oh no. So that's Tucker giving too much. That's fluffing. It's more fluffing. While you were a college student, so it's like, oh, look how horrible they were to you. I agree with you, Fuentes. That was bad. So I can see why Ben will be like, look, you're normalizing him. You're making him the victim. You're taking his side. You're not taking a moral stand against him. Okay, so equals fluffing. Okay. What else could he have said? What could he have said instead of while you were a college student? This builds rapport, though. It does build rapport with him to be like, I'm understanding what you mean. Where, oh yeah, while you were a college student, that they did this to you. Which does imply judgment of the Daily Wire, all of that. You're picking on a college kid. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Kind of thing. Whereas, I don't know, college kids with influence, it doesn't matter that you're just in college. But fine. He's fluffing with that. He's trying to build rapport. What could he have said? Yeah, okay. What did their hit pieces say about you? Let's talk about that. What did they hit their hit pieces? What I would want to do is go to the hit pieces, right? And the ostracizing and the censorship. Hit pieces. What about hit pieces? Censorship. So I would say, tell us about the censorship. Maybe that would be annoying to Daily Wire because they would be like, no, now you're exposing our tactics. But if he's lying about it, this is where you expose him, because you ask him questions, honest questions. Just, oh, what did they say in the hit pieces? Oh, they said that I was an anti-Semite, whatever. Okay, well, what comments did they make about you? What were you saying? And I suppose that does just give him the opportunity to say, oh, well, I was just criticizing Israel. It's like, okay, then maybe what we could do as an intelligent interviewer, you could say, well, right now you seem to, hey, bro, pick up that clip of Nick Fuentes yelling about the Jewish people. Okay, there. Hey, you currently seem to be quite anti-Semitic. How the hell did that happen? Do you think their hit pieces would be founded now? Like, that is something. But yeah, that I suppose that is the thing that Ben Shapiro was not happy with Tucker for doing. Tucker did not do that. Instead he does the fluffing thing where he's nice. He's just, oh damn, that must have been difficult for you. Essentially conversational niceness. He was being too nice.
As a freshman, yeah. Most coffee companies sell weakness, water coverage. Built by people there who even strong support veterans. Can a lot of companies say that? No.
Sorry, I can't have Black Rifle coffee. I just have Nescafe.
They can't.
Not a sponsor.
Visit Black Rifle Convenience or grocery store. You will love it. Yes. So looking back with that 2020 hindsight, I mean, Ben Shapiro seems like a big part of your political evolution. Yes.
Oh, okay. Ben Shapiro is a big part of your political evolution. Okay, so we are going back to this whole concept of hindsight. Okay, Ben Shapiro is part of your. Okay, now in Ben's critical video that we watched in the beginning, he actually focuses on what Nick Fuentes is about and what is detestable about Nick Fuentes. All of those things. He focuses on that. And then he focuses on what's detestable about Tucker and what he doesn't like about Tucker. Does he, I don't know if at the end, closer to the end, does he address this, these essentially accusations by Nick Fuentes? Is it worth addressing them? I don't know. The point remains that Nick Fuentes is not the same. People that follow Nick Fuentes and enjoy Nick Fuentes and think he's a great guy are not the same people that follow Ben Shapiro and, I don't know, reasonable right people. So the I agree with him wanting to put a line between himself and Nick Fuentes. Absolutely. Yeah, but I can see it's so easy for people that don't like Ben Shapiro. They'll just easily be like, yeah, it's because of this. Ben Shapiro is guilty and Nick Fuentes is the victim.
You went from a fan / acolyte to an opponent and then just pivot.
It victimizes him. It does victimize him, Abraham, and that's the reason that because it victimizes him, it builds rapport. So it does the same because it victimizes. That is applicable. It's like, I realize you are the victim here. I realize that is what you want me to take from this. I will say it. I will mirror what you're doing, what you're trying to convey to me to show I understand you, and you can continue. So yeah, that does help him feel comfortable. He doesn't have to be combative every step of the way. You will get a lot more out of him that way. And now he's gone and just said, so Ben Shapiro is part of your evolution. Let's see. I guess people, yeah, you could also be like, no, but you didn't defend Ben. You could pay, but I mean, people would be like, that's just lip service. It's not proper defense of Ben anyway. There's so many, you could say anything. Nothing's perfect.
Against everything.
Yeah.
That he believes.
Yeah, it was because it was this new dialectic that Trump forced.
Yeah.
Wait,
everything.
hold up.
Yeah.
That he believes. You went from a fan / acolyte to an opponent and then just pivoted against everything.
Yeah.
That he believes.
So you went to an opponent and then you pivoted against everything that he believes. That's very diplomatic, the way he described it. Okay, so a believer or like a supporter to pivoting against everything he believes in. That's a good thing for him to have said. Look, Ben, he is saying that Nick Fuentes and Ben are not of the same cloth. He's saying you pivoted, so you had. So this change is acknowledged. Okay, I would say he's acknowledging the change. the change in Nick as a pivot. That maybe is a bit too soft. You could criticize that it's soft. Oh, you pivoted. Well, actually, no, you became a raging anti-Semite. So, like, you could, I don't know, maybe you could say something, you could say something a bit more snarky and a bit more digging at him. Be like, yeah, so you went from you know, understanding Ben Shapiro, and then you just became a raging anti-Semite. That would be better for Ben. Ben would like that. But I think it might derail your conversation. Maybe he's treading lightly to get more out of him. What's your opinion on Nicky Fuentes? Chats. I think there's quite a few Fuentes likers, lovers in the chat. There's also people that don't like him. I'm one of the people that don't like him. Very much do not like him. And I announced that bias. So take it as you will.
Yeah, it was because it was this new dialectic that Trump forced.
Yeah.
Trump planted the seed.
And the seed was America first.
Yes.
So once
The new dialectic. Okay, so it's Trump's fault. Trump created Nick Fuentes, boys and girls. Okay, so new dialectic created by Trump. America first. So this is the argument that I've seen in chats, that Nick is just America first. Okay, that is all that Nick is. He's not anti-Jewish. No. He's just America first. It's all just about America. That's what's good. My baby. I need to finish. Oh gosh, we've still got quite a few. Can you feed Tootsies? Can you feed Tootsies? Thank you. Sorry, I'm making my husband feed the cats. Yeah, I want to finish the Daily Wire chapter. Yeah. Anyway, new dialectic by Trump, America first. So this is where it came from. This made him realize, wow, Israel and America, not the same thing. And so that's part of. So we had the backlash from Ben Shapiro and the Trump making America first thing.
to accept that, a lot of the way we're doing things becomes impossible to support or justify.
Right. The contradiction becomes apparent. It gets moved to the center and it becomes unignorable if you're consistent.
Okay, so yeah, the America First made him realize how hypocritical and how it's bad. So yeah, it's the reason contradiction, because USA is pro-Israel. And now from a Jewish person's perspective, you're like, why do you want to hate on Jews so much, man? Why are you looking for this? Why are you looking for it? You seem to really enjoy it.
So what kind of efforts did they make to make you go away?
Oh, nicely done. So I spoke about that. And I'm saying nicely done because he's doing what I want him to do. I want him to say, like, remember, like I said, fine. What hit pieces, what censorship? So he actually did bring up the conversation, did bring up the question after he fluffed him up. Okay, after he made the rapport building thing, he then goes, okay, cool, we've done that. What did they do make you go away? Now, when he answers and you softball him further, that's going to be a problem. That's going to upset Ben even more.
So this is a couple of months down the line. You know, first they would try to dissuade me from asking questions because I was friends with a lot of the Daily Wire writers, not just Cassie Dillon, but many of them were Jewish. And I would ask them point blank. I would say, so why do we give Israel all this money? $3.8 billion.
Okay, so questions. So first of all, did you say that they stop asking you questions?
Were Jewish. Forbade me from asking questions because I was friends with a lot of the Daily Wire writers.
Forbade you. Okay, forbade. Forbidden. So he was forbidden from asking questions. Okay. Or was it that they were offended by your questions? So they actually were like stop it.
not just Cassie Dillon, but many of them were Jewish. And I would ask them point blank, I would say, so why do we give Israel all this money? $3.8 billion per year? What is that for? And they would say, well, there's a really good answer for that, but you're asking it in the wrong way. You're asking.
Okay, so there's an answer for that, but you're asking in the wrong way. So yes, it's not so much that you're forbidden from questions, it's the way you ask. Yes, you're asking it as if you want to find the hate underneath there. So that is what they were feeling from your questions. They were interpreting your questions as insults. They were interpreting your questions as anti-Semitic. They were interpreting it as, okay, you're acting like we don't deserve this. So yes, it's the same thing as, I suppose, questioning a black person or something like that. Like, why do you need this aid? So okay, so he was asking why give Israel money, but the way he's asking the question is wrong. I think the way he's asking the question would probably be the same sort of way that Dave Smith asks the questions, where it is quite a pushy question. It's not curiosity. It's like a real weird, insidious sort of question. Okay, money, but no, asking question wrong. Yeah, the question, I suppose the question is a criticism, and that's scary.
It in an anti-Semitic way. I'd say I'm asking for the proof. What's the argument there? And so
see, now remember I spoke about the I need the proof, or I don't believe the proof for the Holocaust, that sort of thing. That's the same sort of questioning they're feeling like. They're feeling like, and the Jewish people, they're feeling like you're asking for those reasons. You're asking because, like, why would you not believe that it was an atrocity? That sort of thing. So that is brought into asking any questions of Israel. But he is asserting, like many people do, I was just asking a question. So he's now, again, it's the fault of the way that they responded to him. He did not word himself. He did not word his questions properly, or he worded his questions completely reasonably. They were just sensitive. So that's why he's an anti-Semite.
first it was the sort of, hey man, could you kind of tone it down? Maybe just don't bring that up so much. But I was persistent because at this time I was genuinely inquisitive. I wanted to know, is there an...
At this time I was genuinely inquisitive, he says. So this time he was. And then afterwards he just started hating Jewish people. Is that what happened? But anyway, he says at this time he was genuinely inquisitive. And fine, this is the thing that is, like I've said it over and over again, that you don't know who is inquisitive. As a Jew, you'll get worried about who is inquisitive and who is actually out to get you. Okay, that's where they're coming from. I suppose it's the same thing as any persecuted person would be. So it's what did he say? It's genuinely inquisitive. So he was just asking the questions. They're the baddies. They just misinterpreted him.
Actual reason. And I was actually expecting that there was a really good reason for all of it. And the more that I read, the more that I dug into the subject, the more I found out there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq War.
Okay, so he found the answers that he wanted to find, that it's the neocon Jewish people, they are the ones. So he went and found out the answers himself. I think that's something, okay, that you can learn from. Okay, this is a good thing to hear. Hear him, how he evolved, how he came. Did he think the Jewish people in the US were responsible for the US policy towards Israel? Yes, he's just exactly as what he's saying. He is. He wants. He is saying, oh, these people wanted. They were behind the Iraq War. They're doing it for Israel. They're just spies that are in here doing Israel's bidding, rather than the government. No, but the government is Israel. You see, it's the same thing. So that they're neocon Jewish equals Iraqi war. Now, so what I was getting at there is, if you're going to kick him out, if we're taking him at his his word here, that he was just asking questions, and then they kept like forbidding him to ask the questions or saying, hey, you're asking it in the wrong way or something like that. And he was saying he's genuinely inquisitive. They just kept pushing him out and saying, stop talking about it. That then makes him go and look for his own answers, and his own answers are the wrong ones. Are the worst interpretation ones, are the JQ ones, right? So maybe that is then a lesson in don't find immediate disdain in the questioning, okay? Don't find immediate anti-Semitism in the questioning. Take them at their word that they're just genuinely inquisitive, and go and give them the answers. And yes, they can take your answers and say that they're not true, which is what Dave Smith does. He does that. So you will give him an answer and he does not believe it. He picks and chooses when he believes the government and when he doesn't. Sometimes the government is a great place for proof, because look, this general said this and this and this. And then other times, well, the government just lies to you, so it doesn't matter. So I'm not saying that giving him answers wouldn't have made him go and find these neocon Jewish theories or whatever. I'm just saying maybe he could have had both sides of the coin if he wasn't just pushed away. And then at the same time, I will reiterate that this does not justify the way he feels about Jewish people. Okay, this doesn't make it okay. This doesn't make Nick Fuentes okay. Yeah, but I suppose this is what Ben Shapiro thinks, is that it's kind of making him okay.
There's the foreign aid complex, which is really unique. There's AIPAC, which is this intense foreign lobby where it's bipartisan. It seems to be the only thing that the party's going to agree on. And
yes, the AIPAC, Dave Smith talks about them as well.
So it just made me burn more.
Guys, if you need Crewfest to cool his jets, we do have mods that can cool him down for a little. I will, if you need me to. If he's bothering you, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm very good to just let chat flow. Not
with curiosity. So I just kept asking them, and eventually they said, you know what? We're not going to talk to you anymore. And these are my friends.
Sorry, just a reminder. You are responsible for the things that you say in the chat. It's what you are saying, not what I'm saying.
Or with curiosity. So I just kept asking them, and eventually they said, you know what? We're not going to talk to you anymore. And these are my friends. I met them, went to...
So they kicked him out. He's just a victim, guys. Okay, so they no longer spoke to him. Okay, but eventually, I don't know, they might have gotten a sense of him that this guy just isn't right, and he actually just really hates Jews. Maybe that's it. Maybe they did that. Or they drove him to hate Jews. Who knows? So it's the point is he's a victim and it's okay. Therefore it's okay. So no longer let's put it in a different node. Actually, they stopped talking to him. So they stopped being friends with him. This is what happens when you hurt someone. So if somebody wants to say, who hurt you, to Nick Fuentes, he'd just be like, Ben Shapiro and his writers. They hurt him.
Christmas parties with them. And all of them one day said, you're done. We're blocking you. We're never going to speak to you again. We're never going to have you on our show. And I said, wow, like this seems like inhuman. I'm struck by how impersonal this is. Like here, I thought we're friends. We're all conservatives. Maybe we disagree on one issue. Now I'm being canceled by the right.
So he was canceled by the right. I don't know, man. I want to release the DMs. He was fine. He was all good. He was going to Christmas lunches and stuff. They were all good. They were all good. You were going to Christmas lunches with your Jewish friends? Anyway, so he stopped talking to him. They're not his friends anymore. They were friends, impersonal. He was canceled by the right. No, that's an interesting question for a think. When you stop being friends with someone for their views, okay, because for their beliefs, like that's it. You're like, you're incompatible with me because you're a literal racist, and you literally think that because of your skin color, you're better than someone else. Like that would be kind of like, I just can't. I can't stomach you. We're not friends anymore. So that's basically what's happening here. Yeah, is that cancellation by the right, or is it I just don't want to be your friend? I don't like you anymore. It's so weird. You've never met a Jew in your life? Okay.
So I was shocked by this.
When was this?
This was February or March 2017.
So you're still a freshman
Wait, have you done things in your life and the Jewish people did not make you do it? Ooh.
in college.
Yes. So I was shocked by this.
When was this?
This was February or March 2017.
So you're still a freshman.
Okay, when was this? It was 2017. Okay, so he asks when this is. Again, rapport sort of building. When was this? Okay, that's a normal. Let's place it in time. It's an okay question. He's not the thing that Ben, I guess, is upset about is that Tucker's not going, you're fucking lying.
Freshman in college.
Yes.
Are you even paying attention to college at this point?
No, not at all. And my grades started to suffer because I was just
Oh, your grades suffered from politics.
really focused on this.
So
Okay. So anyway, when was this? He was still in college. Oh, by the way, his grades suffered. 2017, grades suffered. Woe is you. Okay. Cool. Shame for you. Pay attention.
that's pretty young to get canceled and pretty young to have friendships destroyed over politics. Like that's usually.
Okay, friendships destroyed over politics. See, the thing is, for these people that are no longer speaking to him, it's not just politics. They are seeing him as, you hate my people. You think my people are the center of everything that is wrong in this country. You think of those things. That is incompatible with friendship. Okay, you're thinking that my people are a certain way. I don't know. Yeah. We're not compatible as friends. There are certain things we can agree to disagree on as people, absolutely. But I guess if something is emotionally so upsetting, it's not worth staying friends. Unfortunately. That's better than killing someone though. So rather just don't be friends with them. That's good. So it was very young, and Tucker's basically saying, this is the fluffing, okay, the fluffening by Tucker. That's very young to lose friends over political disagreements. That is that's minimizing the disagreement. They literally think this man hates me. But yeah, I suppose you do lose a friendship over that, and maybe something could have changed if someone stuck it out, if someone just really tried to change his mind.
Like decades down the line.
Right.
What did you do?
Well, I just became more emboldened. And so I took this story on my
So what did you do? I became more emboldened. Did you become a little bit more did you become a little bit more extreme? So what did you do? He calls himself emboldened. Okay, so that we're minimizing. I don't know if we're are we. This is if we just have to believe him, where he says emboldened. Okay, maybe ask him, Tucker. Had your views changed? What were you on about?
show. At this time, I was on RSBN. Well, I just became more emboldened. And so I took this story on my show. At this time, I was on RSBN, and I had this show, which I named after the inaugural. It's called America First. And I would kind of subtly bring up the Israel topic and say,
I would subtly bring it up. So he's now talking, he is emboldened on his show, America First show. Subtly. Says subtly bring up Israel. Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen the clips from this time. But okay, let's take this. This is Ben's problem, I suppose, is that we're not fact checking this. We're just taking
this
it
is something you're not allowed to
at face value.
talk about. This seems like an apparent contradiction. It's a big problem. And they escalated their attacks. Cassie Dillon would call my boss, who she was friends with, at RSBN every day for weeks, saying, you'll never believe what Nick said on his show tonight. It's
Okay, so this Cassie girl they tried to get him fired. Daily Wire would complain to RSBN boss. Okay, so they're trying to get him cancelled that way. Okay.
So racist, it's so bad, you got to take him off the air. It's going to make you look bad. And I would then get word from my boss, Joe Seals. He was the founder at Right Side. And he would call me up and say, I don't know what has gotten into Cassie. I thought you guys were friends. But she is calling me every day hysterically, demanding that I fire you. And I was like, wow, like, so
it's cancellation. Okay. Now, Ben, what he now says, what Ben says is that we never tried to get him off the air. We never tried to censor him. We, in fact, crusaded or whatever for him to, we supported him getting back onto platforms because it's a free speech thing. So this is Cassie, though. She's from Daily Wire. I suppose he's just lumping them all together. So he's like, no, this person is like, maybe, she's trying to cancel him before he gets a following. And he was being racist. So I wonder, first of all, I want to know what those clips were about. I would ask, if I was Tucker, I would want to ask what were the things that she said was racist. What had you said? Like, what had you said, by the way? Not that that means that you should be fired. It's actually just, no, what is the reason what was she getting upset with? Was there actually something there? Because, yeah. You're acting like you were just normal. You're just asking questions.
It's getting worse. It starts with this, like, they're very weird about the subject. Then they don't want to talk to me. Then they're trying to get me fired. And I'm thinking, okay, so clearly what I'm asking about, there's some truth there that they don't want.
Okay, so you see, this is the thing, that because of the way that they've reacted, he uses that as proof. Okay, he uses that as proof for there's something I shouldn't. There's something to this. There's clearly something they don't want me to know. So clearly what I'm asking about, there's some truth there. So the reaction is used as proof. And I've seen that same pattern with Candace Owens, with Charlie Kirk and that sort of thing. It's kind of like she also does, it's just, oh, well, that's weird. She does well, that's weird. And then that's the proof. Just because she didn't get something, this is the proof. So the fact that they get offended means that there is something wrong here, that it means that they're in control. The fact that they're offended means they're in control of everything, and it's the JQ, and it's very insidious, and all of that means that there's truth here. So it's technically, yeah, it is their fault. Their reaction gave him fuel, but it's very difficult to not react that way, isn't it? How do you stop him from just getting into this whole idea that Jewish people are behind everything that's bad?
I should have asked you this earlier. Did anyone during the course of pre-cancellation say to you,
I'm not Candace Owens fan. I'm not part of the CIA. Thank you very much. I think she asks good questions, but then she takes massive leaps. So like, yeah, there were questions about Charlie Kirk, but she went, woo! And just, she looks for the answers she wants. That's what I think of Candace Owens. She's a little bit.
I should have asked you this earlier. Did anyone during the course of, pre-cancellation say to you, here are the reasons? You're not asking the question correctly, but there are reasons that our foreign aid to Israel is so high.
Okay, so he should have asked this earlier. He actually is asking, okay, did they give you reasons? Did they give you reasons pre-cancellation? He called it cancellation, which is funny. Okay, maybe that is a softer way of asking. It's a softer way of being like, can you confirm that they actually were this heartless and that you were the victim here, instead of saying, again, because you will close him off and you'll get him to be combative throughout the rest of the conversation. So rather just be like, so did they give you any reasons? Because there are reasons. There are reasons for aid to Israel. The standard argument is blah blah blah. Like, I suppose that's what they want from Tucker, but he's trying to get just what does this man think? That's it. What's the name? Who was asking about Candace Owens? No, what? The best political commentator is Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson's also freaking off the wall, man. His speech at Charlie Kirk's memorial. That was the worst one. Next to Trump's, that was the worst one. I was like, what the hell are you doing? No, you're just it upset me so much, guys. Not making any trouble, are you? No, I'm not making any trouble. I'm great. Okay. I haven't radicalized anyone.
Here's what they are. They did, but in a very general and vague way. As you know, it's never specific. They would say things.
Okay, so he doesn't have a good enough answer. He's like, they did, but general and vague. Okay. Vague. Sorry, they did, but it was vague. So my interpretation of him saying they did do it, but it was vague, was like I said earlier, guys, when I was talking about what are the options of a Jewish person giving these answers to forbidden questions, whatever. What might happen and what is often the experience of a Jewish person is you give the answers and this person has already made their mind up that this is not a good enough thing. We don't want any of this money going to Israel at all. So we're going to hate Israel for it. And your answer is not going to be good enough for me. They already have that. So it seems like when he says they did, but it was vague, they did, but he rejected those answers. That's what I think. They did answer him. He rejected those answers. And that is why the friendships shut down. Because he rejected them and gave maybe anti-Semitic explanations. And that offended his Semite friends. So then they stopped being friends. I used to be a MAGA person and I watched Benny Johnson 24/7 for my source of news about America from the UK. It was political slop. Wow. So what made you realize that he's political slop? So you were a MAGA person. What happened? Well, that's interesting. When somebody says I was something, like that is an interesting point. What changed your mind? What made you remove that label? Like for me, with I was completely against Trump, hated Trump in 2016. Then I realized, wait, Democrats are trying to get abortion up to 9 months. What the hell? And that was one thing that just made me start questioning all the things I believed completely about Trump. That doesn't mean that Trump's perfect, but it was just one of those moments where we went, oh. And it seems like everybody has that sort of thing when they were too much on one side of a political spectrum. They go, oh, shit, oh. And they have this unmistakable thing that happened to them, and then they change their mind. Yeah. So anyway, they did, but it's vague. So I'm just going to put here for my commentary. I suspect he just rejected the answer. So cool. And that is why they were not friends.
Like, well, they're our partner in the Middle East. They're a democracy in the Middle East. Just as
see, they're our partner in the Middle East. They're a democracy in the Middle East. That's not good enough for him. Okay. He rejected the answers. So he did, but it's vague. Partners in the Middle East. ME. And also, what's it? Democracy. In ME. Very bad.
very vague. It's rhetorical. And I read The Israel Lobby by Mearsheimer and Steve.
Of course, the Mearsheimer. Yeah.
Walt, and they break it down very succinctly that there's no real strategic benefit actually.
Okay, so he was like, there's no real strategic benefit. So he did the Mearsheimer shuffle. No strategic. So he found answers that he wanted. He found answers that he did not reject. So that's what happened to him.
There's strategic liability. Eastern Mediterranean is not a strategically important region. The intelligence that Israel provides is not useful. Actually, it's detrimental because they frequently lie. The technology we give them, they pass along to the Chinese, which is a big scandal. So I would give them all this and say, yeah, that's not.
Okay, so all of this. Okay, so he's got that. Those are quite interesting claims that I suppose Shapiro would be upset if you don't go through them.
Technology we give them, the intelligence that Israel provides is not useful. Ability. Eastern Mediterranean is not a strategically important region.
Okay, so not strategically important. Important region. That's fine. Okay, then he goes, oh, intelligence, they lie. Okay. And they give to China. Okay, so there's, I suppose if Tucker doesn't ask about these things or like even attempt to fact check them or something like that, that's a problem. Okay.
The intelligence that Israel provides is not useful. Actually, it's detrimental because they frequently lie. The technology we give them, they pass along to the Chinese, which is a big scandal. So I would give them all this and say, yeah, that's not adding up. And they would say, yeah, well.
That's not adding up. Okay, so all of that's not adding up. So this is not a good, it's not a good part, then they're not a good partner. So I would want to ask him, so are they detrimental to America? Yeah, well, they cost us money. Okay. But I think he doesn't even go to they cost us money. With Nick Fuentes' mind, it would also be they cost us money and they choose things for us. They control the media. They can't do the whole thing. Just the whole I hate Jewish people thing. Intelligence gives to China. It's not adding up, right? Okay, so he said that this is what gets you no longer friends with Jewish people. Okay. It's not adding up. It's bad. Why? We're not supposed to. They're not a good partner. So why are we a partner? Why? Because the Jews are evil, and that's why. So that's what I'm feeling. His friends heard from him, and then they were like, "Okay, bye."
You really just can't talk about that.
Your friend said that to you?
Yes.
Your friend said you can't talk about that. I think. They said you're free. Have you not heard somebody say to you, you can't say that? And that's because it's offensive. That's literally a thing that people say. They go, you can't say that. But he's now, again, their response is proof. So their response is proof. And they said, sorry, you can't speak about that. You can't. Their response. Okay, so he can't speak about that either. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think there was a lot more to this breaking up of friendships than he's saying, oh, but your friend said that to you. Tucker's being very sympathetic.
Wow. Okay, so what happened to your job? The Right Side Broadcasting gig?
Eventually I got fired. I got kicked out.
Why?
Oh.
Because one of these clips that Cassie Dillon had a problem with, she ran it up the flagpole. She took it to Media Matters, actually, which is a left-wing outfit. They're like a cancel mill. And
wait, the Daily Wire person took it to Media Matters?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? That's as far as he could say? Okay, pre-cancellation, and we've got your friend said that to you. So, and he goes, "Are you sure?" I think that's good enough. It's going extra doubt. Like maybe I wonder what would have happened if you just got extra doubt on that though. But go off, King. So did they give you reasons pre-cancellation? Then he's going, okay, the job, and he goes, oh no, fired because of several clips. Because of clips Cassie didn't like. Now you guys have seen clips of Fuentes now, or like Fuentes in his final form. When we started the video, we went through a choice selection of them, right? I want to know what clip he is talking about, because we've seen him speak. That's what I'm saying. We've seen him speak. He might have been ranting. He's acting like he's just asking questions I want to see the clip. Okay? Because he gets silenced, but maybe his boss didn't like what he said either. Okay, so anyway, Cassie didn't like it. Apparently, Cassie didn't like it, and she put it up the flagpole, and then he got fired. Okay, so somehow his boss got convinced that this is bad. Maybe, Nick, maybe what you said was bad. But okay, didn't like, fired because of clips. Cassie didn't like going up the flagpole. So he got fired. And Tucker does say, "Are you sure?" And I think that that's as close to a challenge as we get. And the thing is, Ben wants more of a challenge from Tucker. Okay, so let's go back.
Wing outfit that Cassie Dillon had a problem with. She ran it up the flagpole. She took it to Media Matters, actually, which is a left-wing outfit. They're like a camp.
Okay, so she took it to Media Matters. Okay, and then they did a hit piece.
Mill. And
Wait, the Daily Wire person took it to Media Matters?
yes,
Are you sure?
I'm 99.
Are you sure? So wait. So he did ask. So the Daily Wire took it to Media Matters. Are you sure? That's it. Instead of saying this is the fluffing that Ben is talking about. Instead of saying you're lying, I don't believe you, something like that. He says, "Are you sure?" But yeah, I suppose it's a way to keep him at the table and to keep him from going off, keep him from losing.
9% sure.
So he says he's 99% sure, which to me is like, so you're telling me there's a chance that you're just making this up. How do you know? I would also want to ask, okay, please, Tucker, come on. Are you sure? And he goes 99%. Okay, so that makes me think you've made some sort of assumption here, Nick. Tell me, where did you get, what makes you think this? What makes you 99% sure? Please, Tucker, if you don't go down this path, then I will say this is proper fluffing. Come on.
What was the clip?
It was a clip, ironically, where I was talking.
Okay, good. He did at least ask for what was the clip. But yeah, this is, hello, we need, I want more here. But hey, at least he asked for what is the clip, because I did say, like, I want to know. See ya, Atheist Gamer. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. So let's what was the clip? So let's see, what was the clip? It was a clip of what?
About the travel ban, the so-called Muslim ban, and I was defending it, and I said that the First Amendment does not protect foreign nationals. It doesn't protect.
Okay, so the Muslim ban. First Amendment. No protection for foreign nationals. Okay. You can have an American that is a Muslim though, but okay, let's see.
Salafists, Wahhabis.
Right.
He's like, I said, they're saying that there's a constitutional right for radical Muslims to come here. And I said that, how are
okay, constitutional right for Muslims to enter USA doesn't exist. Okay.
they protected by the First Amendment? They're foreign nationals. And the authorial intent of the First Amendment was actually not even to protect that to begin with. It's kind of anti-Christendom radical ideology.
Anti-Christendom, okay, whatever. So wait, is he like saying that we want to bring Muslims in to be anti-Christian? But okay, so yeah, the right for anyone to enter any country is determined by the country. Okay, so this was the clip he thinks that they got. Okay,
so it's something ironically that probably Shapiro and Cassie would agree with.
Yes, Nick, you just said that Cassie gave the clip to Media Matters for this cancellation campaign. Nah? You said that. And you said, in that sentence, you said Cassie didn't like the clip. I guess it is conceivable that she would say, hey, people won't like that Nick said this. I will give this to Media Matters and they will cancel him for it.
but they recognize the currency that a clip like that would have with the left.
There we go. This is the example. So he's like, oh, ironically, it doesn't actually matter. It was the Daily Wire. Would actually agree, but they knew the left would cancel me for it. Right. Okay. So it was the Daily Wire who did this. We still don't know for sure.
Because the left could say, you're Islamophobic, you're racist.
So she brought that to the left, saying, look at this guy. It's not that he's anti-Israel, but he's anti-Muslim.
Yes.
Okay, so also when I'm speaking to someone and I'm trying to understand the gist of their what do you call it? Their argument, I will say what they just said. That doesn't mean I believe it. I'm just going to say what they just said to confirm that this is what they're trying to tell me. That does not mean that I believe it. Okay, so what Tucker is doing here is understanding. Maybe he believes him.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
And he's anti-Israel, but he's anti-Muslim.
Yes.
So she brought that to the left, saying, look at this guy. It's not that he's anti-Israel, but he's anti-Muslim.
Yes.
So he's like, wait, so the problem she had was that he's anti-Muslim. She brought up anti-Muslim. So why wouldn't you just go up? I suppose he says that there's more currency for being anti-Muslim, which is true these days. I don't know what year this is, 2017. But these days, as in like now, being anti-Muslim is way more based and crazy than being anti-Israel. We know this. Okay. For the record, I'm not anti-Muslim. I live in a Muslim country. So there we go. She's brought up your she brought up your anti-Muslim rather than anti-Israel. Am I like the main character in The Sixth Sense? What, are you talking to dead people? Kitty, are you part of the MAGA movement and would support Trump? I think I would have voted for Trump in probably the first election. I wouldn't have. But I probably have voted for him in this election if I was an American, or if I was I'd skip the border and was allowed to vote. The fact that America has no voter ID is in I don't know if it's there are some states that have it. Guys, Africa even has. Okay, there are African countries that have voter ID. So stop it. Get voter ID. Anyway, yeah. I think I would have voted for him. That doesn't mean that he is flawless. Okay, that doesn't mean that I love the guy. It just means that I would have voted for him. That's it. That doesn't mean I'm MAGA either, because there is a difference. MAGA is Trump can do no wrong. That's what I think of as MAGA these days.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
Of course, I ask myself why they don't want voter ID. It's so stupid. Why would you not want voter ID? There is nothing wrong with voter ID. And also the absolute moronness that we get when asked, when these politicians are trying to justify no requirement for voter ID. It's like, oh, black people can't. They just can't. Flippin' racist, bigot pieces of shit. Black people can't get voter ID, or that's so incompetent. Racist shit.
And he's anti-Israel, but he's anti-Muslim.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
The fact that he says that's very interesting, okay, instead of I don't believe you. I think this is the problem, okay? It's more of the problem, but I'm not mad at Tucker for it. Just him saying that's interesting. Let it sit. Like that, let it sit. I think it's him saying extra doubt, but you know what? We need the conversation to continue. He doesn't want to yes, Ben will find this fluffing. Ben will find this fluffing. But Tucker's just trying to keep the peace for the rest of the conversation. So I think I am I'm so far understanding what he's doing here. And at least with the way Megan Kelly showed Ben a clip of Tucker when she said she actually told Tucker, hey, this is what Ben thinks about your interview with Nick Fuentes. And he's like, well, this is the way I wanted to do my interview. He can do his interview the way he wants to do it. This is the way I want to do it. And I don't know, so far, only little tweaks I would have made in asking this question. I think just the approach of trying to understand the monster is not sitting well with Ben. He wants that fight, but I think we've had enough of that on the internet. Okay, just let him hang himself. The fact that we just need to say that's interesting. For me, that's interesting. Great. One of the best lines in one of the ancient debates that I went over was, that's fascinating, Tails. That's it. You didn't need to do anything else but say, okay, cool. We don't need to go further into it, but let's see what happens.
And so that clip appears on Media Matters, which at the time, I was the subject of a lot of attacks from them at the time, and people kind of listened to them. Yeah, including on the right, they listened to them.
Yeah.
Okay, so he commiserates about Media Matters. Or I also got attacked. By Media Matters. So, people listen to them. Yeah.
So what happened?
So I had to write an apology.
Okay, so what happened? So it's also like Media Matters commiseration. Also, again, builds a rapport. Oh, but that's fluffing. That's relating to him. You can't relate to the monster. It's like, no. This helps you get the monster to speak. Okay, get him to speak. He functions as a human in human society. He's a monster, but also he speaks like a human being. It's very hard to deal with, guys. Let's see.
My boss called me up and said, you need to apologize for what you said.
For being anti-Muslim.
Yes. And so I
You need to apologize. Okay, so what happened? Then what happened? What happened afterwards? Apology requested by boss. I don't know how apologies, how effective they are these days or any days but you know what, they're better than nothing, suppose. Okay,
I didn't write I'm sorry, but I had to write something like, well, I should have chosen my words more carefully and this, that, and the other. And ultimately then they fired me a couple weeks later. Yeah.
So he said his apology, but he still got fired. Requested by boss, wrote the apology, but got fired. I don't know, maybe you're the problem, Nick. Maybe you're the problem. I don't know. But it seems like maybe he noticed that. He noticed he's the problem, and then he leaned into it and took it further than ever.
And what was the pretext for that?
Well, they wanted to get in the White House press office. They wanted to
get into the White House.
A press pass. And they said, the stuff you're saying on the show isn't like a good look for Right Side. They're not going to let us into the White House if you're with us.
And that was...
Okay, so that's hate journalists, the White House won't let me in. Hate government, the White House won't let me in. Okay, so their explanation was not good look for hampers. So not good look hampers their chances of White House press pass. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
But the pressure in...
Is he radicalized yet? A little. Yeah, he's a little radicalized. He's been he's accused the Daily Wire of getting him fired. The Daily Wire people. It wasn't what he said himself. It was because the Daily Wire went and someone from the Daily Wire went and showed the clip of him being anti-Muslim to the to Media Matters. So Media Matters, so Daily Wire, instead of getting him cancelled for being anti-Israel, they got him cancelled for being anti-Muslim. Okay.
And this scenario came exclusively from the Daily Wire?
Yes. Yes, because, and here's how I know why.
How do you know why? How do you know why? Please, you know what, Tucker should have asked you that question, but thank you for telling us. Thank you for telling us. And maybe him asking again, maybe Tucker asking, and the pressure for that came exclusively from the Daily Wire? Like, he's not attacking, but he is. Pressure exclusively from DW. So it's like, it was just them. It was just them and Ben. Ben was up at night, in the middle of the night, messaging Cassie and being like, take him down.
Hi, my show got maybe 100 live viewers every night.
Not a powerhouse show.
Sorry.
No. So
Fuck you.
the Media Matters was not onto me.
I would love 100 viewers a night. Screw you.
They were put onto me by people in the right that wanted me canceled.
Okay, so Media Matters could not have known about him. He was too small. Media Matters would never have seen him. They were put on. The reason he says he knows is because he was small. His show was small. The reason he knows. Yes, because his show was small, only could have been put on the Media Matters was put onto him by someone on the right that doesn't like him, or the usual that happens with cancellation is somebody on the left came across your stuff, honey, sweetie, baby child, and also wanted you to cancel. Don't you remember that cancel culture is mostly a leftist thing anyway? I'm not saying that the right is incapable of it. I'm not saying that Daily Wire didn't celebrate when you got fired, but yeah, your proof is very Candace Owens. It's, you know what? It makes sense. It makes sense that this could be it. Therefore, it is it. He literally said, "This is how I know. This is how I know, because my show was small." And somebody on the right had to. You still have to say somebody. You've decided that it's them. That is an assumption you've made.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. So then what do you do?
He still says that's interesting. I have a feeling that when Tucker is saying that's interesting, it's bullshit, but thanks for playing. Should we have an interesting counter? We got 2 now, boys. And it's for the same topic. It's for the same idea that he is he's explaining it's Daily Wire. Okay, so just wait. I'm hearing. Okay.
You're failing in school. Your show just got canceled. What's your plan now?
So
no, we're not going back. But tell me, how do you know it's Daily Wire? He just said because someone on the right. Okay. All right, so now he's gone to the next one. So you failed school or whatever. I think we're at the end.
College.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I hated college. And
oh, so no, he's still there. If you had to live in a Muslim country, it should be the UAE. It's the most progressive. It's very accommodating to non-Muslims, but it's still Muslim. It still takes care of its citizens. They come first. You are here by the grace of the country, and they can kick you out whenever they want because they are sovereign. Okay. You benefit from being in their country. They benefit from you being in the country. When you stop benefiting them, then you must leave. And I think that's fair. Okay. What happened? Okay. Blah, blah. Apology. He's got that. We still have this. Okay. What was the clip? Now we have you're flunking school. Now what? After job. If UAE can do that, but the US is racist. No, you know what? UAE is considered racist too. People have a problem with UAE as well. I don't know. Freaking Mexico can do it. That's a better example. Mexico can do it, but they're not racist. Okay, so Indonesia or Malaysia, both tropical countries. Ooh, how humid. I think, yeah, as long as I can be understood, or at least half understood. I don't need 50-year mortgages. I need 50 million deportations. Okay. So, wait. We've got it after the job. Okay, that's our next bit. But this is still within the chapter of Daily Wire's cancellation.
It was very expensive. Even I had a substantial scholarship, but it was still expensive, and I didn't like it. So my plan was that I was going to go to a different college.
Oh yes, I saw Amala. Sorry guys, tangent. Obviously, courtesy of Groovy. Amala did a reaction to this. No, it wasn't Amala. It wasn't Amala. Sorry. It was just a reel that I saw. Actually, it was just the fact that it was a long video. A video on YouTube. Woman needs baby food. Calls 20 Christian churches and got a few maybes and a bunch of what the hell. She called a mosque, and first one gave her help. So first of all, I got a different story. So maybe this makes me think maybe it's just a spreading story. So the thing that she did, the story that I heard was she called 20 Christian churches. She got nothing, or like maybe 3 yeses. And the B-boys, the gangsters on the street, a guy heard about that and said to the gangsters, like, hey, there's this woman that needs formula or whatever. All of them gave money for this woman to feed her child. So it was the gangsters versus the Christians. Yeah. So interesting that your story was the Muslims. So I don't know. Is this just a folk tale? You love the humid heat. It's amazing. Penis, you are weird. The humid heat here is just crazy. It's okay. Let's get us food. Don't you want? Okay. I love you. Like and subscribe. Okay. After the firing, cool. He's in school.
I might work for a year, make some money. And eventually I got the show back about a month later. They came back and for a year, make some money. Expensive, and I didn't like it. So my plan was that I was going to go to a different college. I might work for a year, make some money. And eventually I got the show back about a month later. They came back.
He got the show? He got the show back? So he was suspended. He was like somebody off The View. Got the show back after a month. Okay.
And by popular demand from my 100 viewers who are very dedicated, Right Side offered me the show back. And so I took the show again over the summer. And then I applied for a job at the Leadership Institute. That was kind of the next big saga.
Okay, Leadership Institute. After a month in leadership, geez, we're still only in like 2017, guys. I don't want to be led by Nick Fuentes. I'm sorry.
But you didn't get that job.
No, I did not get the job.
Good. Somebody else said, I don't want to be lead. I don't want to be led by Nick Fuentes. Leadership Institute didn't get the job. Okay.
Why?
Well,
oh, here we go. So he's going to say he didn't get the job because of the Daily Wire. Yes? Yes. Okay.
I was told because I knew people that worked there, that were field representatives there. It was a field representative job. And so I went out for job training at the end of July 2017. So after that second semester, and I applied for this field rep job. It was a 2-week training. And I go there, and on the first day of the whole thing, they go around the room of all the prospective applicants. It's like a big tryout, basically, for 2 weeks. And they want to get everybody to break the ice and know each other. So we did introductions. They said, say your name, how old you are, and why you're
when do we get to the point where we blame the Daily Wire?
Conservative. And at this time, people are not where, let's say, we are right now. They're not America First. They're not anything like, they're not.
America First is not this. The normal America First is not your America First. God, everybody just, the labels are.
Talking about Great Replacement. That's not on the radar for them.
They're not talking about Great Replacement. Okay, well, yeah, Great Replacement, the insidious way in which you talk about Great Replacement, and as if like, you know, interracial relations shouldn't be a thing, and that kind of replacement theory, get out, okay? But this import the third world thing, yeah, that's a problem. Anyway.
So you go around the room and you hear stuff about small government, free markets, you know, personal responsibility, that sort of thing. And they get to me.
Oh, that's not good enough, eh?
And I said, well, I'm a conservative because we're losing our civilization because of mass immigration.
Oof. So he said it. He said his own thing. Wait. So he's not going to blame the Daily Wire. I don't know. I don't think he's going to blame the Daily Wire. This is great. So he's like losing civilization. And so it's an answer at the tryout, basically. Training application. He's a conservative because losing civilization because of mass immigration. Okay, cool. So the way you worded that scared people shitless, yes? Because you were like, oh, these people aren't civilized and they're horrible. And please tell me you added your IQ takes in there as well. Why not?
America doesn't resemble America anymore. France is no longer France. I said, and if we don't conserve the demographics, forget about the rest.
Yeah, demographics are what's a destiny? So like preserve. I don't think it's exactly. I think there is a middle ground that you could be on with the immigration bit. But then again, in I suppose in this country, the immigration, we're not citizens. Number one, we cannot become citizens here. But we can live here and we can work here. We can still be kicked out whenever, at their leisure, whenever they want. And yes, they have made many concessions to make it more appealing for people to move out here into UAE, I'm talking about specifically. But they still maintain their Muslim beliefs. You still get called to prayer every day. Yeah, there's a lot of English, but Arabic is the first language you will hear on a phone line. So there is some sort of at least safeguard they're trying in UAE. So I'm thinking for America, yes, I don't think immigration itself is the problem. It's the mass part of immigration that you're bringing people in at a rate that they don't assimilate. They actually cannot assimilate into the culture and actually become citizens and whatever. It's not a melting pot then. It's actually just an overflowing of somebody else's culture. And the American culture itself, the culture of freedom, the culture of liberty, all of that then gets diluted. And that is a problem. You don't want that diluted. You don't want liberty diluted, okay? America is the bastion of freedom for us all and all of that stuff. It's the land of the free and the home of the brave. And if you dilute that, that is a problem. I am not in complete disagreement with that at all, okay? But when it comes to hating people and finding them just biologically less than you and all of that sort of thing, I'm not on board with that. Okay? Here we go. Anyway.
That's what we need to conserve. And I said that. And I was told later on that at that moment, I was immediately disqualified by the people.
Okay, he was told later on that that's what disqualified him because he was a bit too zealous, okay? Too much of the zeal. Told later that's what made him disqualified him. I don't think that's what studies show. I think it's more no matter what your country, what over time integration occurs. No matter how many people come in, asceticism, no matter how many people come in, people will integrate. I think just if the majority is not the integrated type, the majority comes in and changes the laws, changes the actual mechanics of the state, the integration actually becomes, you are replaced by the foreigner, essentially. That's I think it has to do with the rate, because there isn't this thing that you are not compatible with the destination country. I mean, technically, I suppose because I'm Christian, I should not be. It could be. I could be offensive. I could be thrown out. If the UAE decided no non-Muslims allowed tomorrow, it would be up to them, and then I would be chucked out, and it would be their right to do so. But America is supposed to be the place where everyone's free. So anyway. Yeah, eventually, I think eventually what happens is a new culture emerges of like a hybrid. But the thing is, yeah, the mass part lands up making there's dilution. But yeah, if studies show a different thing, they show a different thing.
People that were running the job training.
On what grounds?
They said that was too far right. That was too extreme.
They said it was too far right. That's too extreme. Okay, so that's not the Daily Wire though. Too far right, too extreme. Maybe it's the way you worded it. You didn't do it softly. You kind of sounded like, we gotta get these guys out of here. They took their nips, kind of thing. You sounded like that guy.
Worrying about who lives in your country is far right?
Apparently.
Worrying about who lives in your country is far right. Yeah, you're not allowed to have your own country.
When we started the show, we were looking for a very...
I'm special. Grocery store, guys. Okay, I think that's the end of this.
At this point, Tucker. So where does that leave you ideologically? Like, how are you changing at this point?
How are you changing at this point? We're not done yet with his origin story, guys. Okay, so this hopefully is where it goes, where we get it. We got a screaming child outside, sorry. It's very family friendly here in the UAE, by the way. It's very much children-centered, family-centered. Yes, there's a lot of places for degeneracy, but those are not really supported. Anyway, not here to talk about UAE. Yeah, that's it for today for the Tucker and Fuentes journey. We will dip into South Africa tomorrow and then maybe come back to this on Thursday. So we'll do that. But tomorrow will be, yeah, it'll be the same sort of time when I start. Let's just recap a little bit, boys and girls. Okay. Let us have just the map. Let's fit it. It's always fun to just do the fit to show you what we have. Obviously, this looks a bit, it looks a bit crazy because I put in the other chapters and everything. It does take me a long time to get through conversations because I am going through them like sentence by sentence, boys and girls. But yeah, what we have gone through today, we went through a lot of, the first thing we started off, class, was we went on Ben Shapiro. We spoke about Ben Shapiro, his conceptions of this whole thing. He started off discussing the fact that there's a fragmentation on the right, and he blames Tucker Carlson for being, he's one of the biggest proponents of normalizing and signal boosting Nazi apologists. Okay, and what Ben wants is to draw a line between one group and another, which I'm in agreement with. You need to show that you are not, just because you agree with Nick Fuentes on this and this and this, does not make you Nick Fuentes. You disagree with him on some really, really key issues and in practice as well. So you might even have the same principles, but in practice, okay, the things that you want, the means by which you want to achieve certain things are not the same as Nick Fuentes. So you do need to make a moral line, draw a moral line. And he said that it's not about actually having him on the show, it's the way he did it. He was fluffing Fuentes. And we've seen some evidence of that. But so far, it's not so much that he is agreeing, it's that he is, he's just making a rapport. There is plausible deniability so far that it's just, he's just asking questions and just letting the guy talk. But he is saying that actually, no, if you watch this entire thing here, where the perception that you would get of Nick Fuentes is he's just got just a little borderline view of race, and okay, he has a bit of a fascination with organized Jewish people, and he's maybe sometimes a little bit on the radical side, but otherwise, yeah, he's okay. So this is the normalization accusation. yeah, so far it's just because of the way he's treated him. It's not gone. They have not spoken about his more extreme views. They have not asked him questions about, what he really thinks about Jewish people now. They've only spoken about, so far in the video, we've only gone 35 minutes in. So far, all we've covered is this. We've covered his intro, like where he's at, okay, where his past was. Oh, and you see how much he talks about it. And then he does bring up Ben Shapiro. It shows it. I didn't know that we actually speak about Ben Shapiro completely, like directly in this discussion, and that makes sense. That then Shapiro would have quite a lot to say against Fuentes, right? And just so much about him explaining how he was politically in the past is very relatable, and that might be a problem for Ben. I think that's where you would get it. But of course, these accusations of the Daily Wire censoring him and that sort of thing, that's more of something that will upset Ben Shapiro, right? But he has also been allowed to show himself as the victim of, oh, well, actually, I was just asking questions, and then people were ugly to me, and people were deplatforming me and all of that. And we do have some doubt expressed by Tucker when he goes, that's interesting. Or are you sure? He actually asks, are you sure? When this accusation about the Daily Wire comes out. So he's like, wow, you got cancelled by the Daily Wire person, and he explains it, and he just goes, are you sure? Oh, it's interesting. He says that's interesting twice. So yeah, in general, what we've basically gotten from all of this is Nick Fuentes is the victim, okay? And Ben Shapiro is mean. And therefore, we can follow Nick Fuentes and love Nick Fuentes. That's basically it. Now, that's the concern that Ben has, is that this makes him way too palatable, and he's a gateway drug. Okay, he's a gateway drug to Jewish hatred. So yeah, the least deplatformed right winger who's crying about deplatforming. He's got quite a platform now. Yeah, don't ignore it's tempting to ignore guys like Nick Fuentes, because we did watch some of his more egregious clips today. When I try and watch his episodes, his normal show, he is rather insufferable. It's always a rant. It's over the top. So yeah, I've already expressed my bias against him. But I'm interested in how he got to that place. How do people get to this place? How do people really get to this, from asking questions to hating a whole group of people and believing that they are the root of all evils in the world? Like, how are you? Can't you just? I don't know. For me, evil is in everybody. All groups are capable of evil. I don't know. Based take. Anyway, I'm exhausted. Tomorrow, we are going to go into some stuff. I don't know what we'll cover exactly in terms of the source material, but we will be looking at South Africa and G20. Okay. Maybe we'll be seeing what ground news can do, what ground news can talk about for us. But yeah, everybody, have a good evening, have a good day. It's probably day for most of you in America. Aussies, go and sleep, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the new people hanging out, and thank you for mostly keeping it respectful in chat. I know there's been some spice, but it's been okay, right? Okay, have a nice life, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, thanks, bye. Oh, also, like the video. Even if you don't, just like it, and yeah, have a nice life. Okay.
I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks, bye. We're sparky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks, bye. She goes meow 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 meow. We're sturdy as fuck. Today, she goes meow 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 meow. Today, we're sturdy as fuck. Daisy's a mess, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're sturdy as fuck. We're sturdy as fuck. She goes meow 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 meow. We're sturdy as fuck. Okay, thanks. Bye.